Orders of the day.
Parlement du gouvernement.
Government orders, business of supply, opposition motion.
Is in the supply period, standing in the name of Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that notwithstanding Standing Order 81 for the supply period ending March 28, 2020, 3 additional allotted days shall be added for a total of 10, provided that one of the additional days is allotted to the Conservative Party, one of the additional days is allotted to the Bloc Québécois, and one other additional day allotted to the New Democratic Party. And if necessary, to accommodate these additional days, the supply period may be extended to April 2nd, 2020, and no allotted days shall fall on a Wednesday or a Friday. The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to be able to rise today in my capacity as the House Leader for the official opposition and to be able to speak to the motion that we put forward today. I'll be honest, I don't think, and I wish we were not talking today about the standing orders. I think there are a lot of issues gripping this country, including illegal blockades. We've seen individuals set fires, put up barricades on railroads, cause our economy to come to a halt. We've seen absolute weak leadership and no leadership on behalf of this government. Today would be a good day to be talking about something like that. We also have issues around investment leaving this country. We've just seen this week Teck has taken out their application for a very important project that we wish we would be seeing built in Alberta, which would help jobs right across the country. The government and the Liberals and their policy are driving investment away. That's something that we could be talking about today. We also have a coronavirus that is gripping the world. We don't know. Is it contained? Could it be a pandemic? That's an issue that Canadians are thinking about. But, Mr. Speaker, today we are talking about changes to the standing orders. And I'm going to get to the fact that we're only going to have 4 speakers today, but I should right now say that one of the next 3 speakers, I will be sharing my time with the member from Perth Wellington. But, Mr. Speaker, throughout the run, I want to give some background. I'm going to start by giving a little bit of background and then quickly let you know and be part of this debate, let my honourable colleagues know, some who may not be aware of how a minority parliament operates. I want to give some context about opposition days and why they matter. Throughout the run of a full year, the government must devote 22 days for the opposition parties to raise topics of their choosing. The rules will spread those out over winter, spring, and fall, and from there, the opposition parties agree on how to carve them up. It's up to the government to decide which days are used for opposition motions, but on those days, the opposition gets to bring forward really any topic that they choose as long as it falls within Parliament's jurisdiction. Today, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals decided to give Conservatives a Friday as their opposition day. On Fridays, as we all know, the House has a much shorter sitting period because we all want to get back to our ridings for the important things that are going on in our constituency. So to be blunt, and let me be very clear, all of us who have been here for a while know this, and for the newer MPs, giving the opposition party, any one of us, a Friday as our opposition day is a full-out slap. It is a full-out insult. It is a full-out 100% punishment. And that's what the Prime Minister is doing right now. He is punishing Conservatives. Why? Because we've been standing up to him, because we've been pointing out his weaknesses, and we've been calling out some of the ways that this government has not recognized that they are in a minority and not a majority parliament. Now, we have seen a number of things that we've been very concerned about. We've raised them with you, Madam Speaker, including things like the government leaking bills to the press before they've been brought to this House. We had to rise on a point of privilege. We saw the Minister of Natural Resources have to stand and apologize. We accept that apology, but that was pretty disrespectful to all of us in this place, to leak contents of a bill to the press before we saw it. Madam Speaker, we've also seen the government give incomplete and inaccurate responses to order paper questions. Now, those are questions that we ask, the Minister of Natural Resources actually had to apologize for this. no one has apologized yet for the leaking of the bill. But in responses to the order paper questions, we have seen misleading answers given, and then even in defense of those misleading questions, we've seen misleading answers given again. Totally unacceptable, and as Conservatives, we're going to call that out. But I would say the two issues where I've seen just such a high level of disrespect have been, first of all, on the new NAFTA agreement and how the Liberals have worked with us on that. As Conservatives, we are the party of free trade. We believe that Canadians have to have, so many Canadian sectors need an agreement. It's not a great agreement, but we have been supporting it, but asking tough questions. One of those questions has been around the economic impact to Canadians, and the Liberals have refused to give us that. And instead, they are getting up, and we saw the Deputy Prime Minister stand in this place and completely mislead and try to poke a stick in our eye and say that we were somehow blocking the new NAFTA deal, completely misleading, completely disingenuous and insulting. And to add insult to injury, yesterday when I stood and I tried to expedite Bill C-4 and tried to get it to go through in a much faster way, the Liberals opposed it. In fact, it was the member from Winnipeg North, a Manitoban, who said no. So, you know, they are sucking and blowing at the same time, and in doing that, insulting us and not recognizing that we are in a minority. But the really insulting thing they did was last week when the Prime Minister excluded our leader from a meeting of all the opposition and the government leaders on the topic of the rail blockades, simply because our leader spoke the truth as to how the approach should be taken to these illegal blockades. He was called names, he was excluded by the Prime Minister, and then 3 days later, the Prime Minister basically repeated verbatim what our leader had just said. Madam Speaker, disrespectful, disingenuous, and not at all the way a minority parliament should work. Now, Madam Speaker, just before the election, we saw how the Prime Minister, in fact, last Parliament, we said this often. The Prime Minister wanted an audience in this place. He did not want an opposition. Right. And I'm afraid that has not changed. He did not get the voters' message from the election. He didn't get the memo that his majority has been taken away. He needs to recognize, and recognize quickly, that Conservatives are going to stand up for the interests of the millions and millions of Canadians who voted for us, who didn't vote for them, and the growing number of Canadians who are seeing a country and an economy paralyzed by this weak Liberal government. That's right. Conservatives are not afraid to give voice to Canadians who disagree with these Liberals and with this Prime Minister. Conservatives will demand that Liberals will be open and transparent. They will be honest in this Parliament. Right. Conservatives will hold this Liberal government to account. Madam Speaker, back in 1979, Joe Clark's government fell after just 49 sitting days. It's often said because they couldn't count, but really, it's because they had miscalculated, and they miscalculated badly. Today, it's just the 26th sitting day of this Parliament, and sadly, the Liberals and the growing pattern of disrespect are hurtling us towards one unnecessary political disaster or another. So we're going to give the Liberals a chance to work collaboratively with opposition parties and to work with Parliament by dedicating 3 additional days with each of the opposition parties. You'll notice we are working collaboratively. You'll notice that we put the opposition parties in our motion. We're not looking just for our gain. We're looking for and want to see all of us work together. So this motion will give 3 additional days for each one of the parties to put forward an idea for debate and proposing solutions for the many difficulties that are facing Canadians. We're giving the Liberals a chance to right their wrongs towards the opposition parties. We're going to give the Prime Minister a chance to correct course, to press reset. Today is a chance to press reset. Madam Speaker, recently I read an article where the Liberal House Leader said to a member of one of the press that he was speaking to, talking in the context of a minority parliament, he said, never take one day for granted because anything can happen. Well, you know, Madam Speaker, I think this maybe is a lesson for the Liberals, for the Prime Minister, who the things that he does affects all of this Parliament, and this is also, with respect, a lesson to the Liberal House Leader that he should never take one day for granted because anything can happen. So today, with the amount of time that we have, we are going to talk about giving additional days to the opposition. We are hoping that this will then result in a reset and that the Liberal government will respect that we are in a minority parliament. They will tell us the truth. They will not exclude people who disagree with them. They will not mislead this Parliament, but they will be open, transparent, respectful, and then we can continue to work as we should as official opposition and as opposition parties to hold the government to account and to do the very best that we can for this great country that we serve. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank our honourable colleague, our House Leader, for such a great intervention. Madam Speaker, through you, I would like to ask our honourable colleague this: is what we've seen in the past, in the past government, and indeed this government, that the Prime Minister feels that this is his house. And we know differently, Madam Speaker. This is the House of the electors that elected the 338 members of Parliament. We are here to be their voice. And so through you, Madam Speaker, I want to ask our honourable colleague to once again share with those that are tuning in today what the importance of opposition days are, because I honestly think, well, our colleagues across the way, that they don't get it, but perhaps Canadians need to fully understand what opposition days mean.
The honourable official opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that very good question. I think it's even been obvious, even in the last 20-some days since we've had actually literally in Parliament, and the number of opposition days that we've been able to bring where we've brought solutions to problems facing the country that the government hasn't seemed to be able to do themselves. I mean, I'll give you one example, which is where our very first opposition day, we were able to pass a motion and establish the committee that is working right now to address the crisis we see with our relationship with the government of China and the regime Beijing there. So, Madam Speaker, the role of official opposition is to hold the government to account. But what we're seeing is our role is also to offer substantial solutions and fixes. So another issue that we have brought forward is the illegal blockades. And again, we would like to be talking about that. We think that there are some important things the government could do. The role of our opposition is to present a government in waiting, which is a party that offers solutions to the current government, but also holds them to account. So that's what we're doing. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the official opposition House Leader for the motion today. I think it's vitally important that other voices are heard in the House of Commons, and we've seen with majority governments that generally those voices are marginalized. But when an opposition day is brought forward, in the NDP's case, we have brought forward issues that haven't been discussed in the House except by way of opposition day. I'm thinking of things like a declaration of a climate emergency, housing as a human right, the thalidomide compensation, the environmental impacts of microbeads and banning their practice. And I can go on and on and on, Madam Speaker. These are important issues that the government refuses often to consider. So I wanted to ask the official opposition House Leader how important it is for opposition voices to be raised more frequently and to bring issues to the forefront that the government denies. How important is that to right and privilege?
The honourable official opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the House Leader for the NDP party, for that question. And also, I believe in spirit, and we'll see, I believe they support the spirit of this idea as well. And the role is so important. You know, all of us come with our experiences, we come with our perspectives. We all want to see Canada be the very best that it can be. We want Canadians to have the best life, and we have different ways of addressing challenges that Canadians are facing. The opposition opposition can bring these ideas as well. It's not just the Liberals who can have solutions to problems. The NDP have some solutions. The Bloc will possibly have some solutions. We'll see. Conservatives certainly have been providing those. So it's vitally important. But what is just as important as us being able to bring those solutions is the government not disrespecting Parliament, not disrespecting this institution and the important role that all of us play in this place.
Temps pour une brève question. L'honorable député.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Mountain Riverview Dieppe.
Opposition more government time to debate their motions. This will negatively affect the government's legislative agenda. Let me remind the House that this bill will delay several important bills. Bill C4, the bill to implement the historic trade agreement between our great country. And let's remember the United States, Mexico, and also all premiers want this bill to be passed and passed quickly. Will the member comment on how this will delay very important legislation that is before the House at this time?
I want to remind members that I know for a fact that the official opposition House Leader is very well able to answer this question without any help. So I would ask members to hold their thoughts and comments. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader, a brief answer, please.
That question in and of itself shows how disingenuous and disrespectful these Liberals are. Madam Speaker, yesterday I stood in this place and I asked that we pass a motion that would mean that C4 could be before this place today. Today, Madam Speaker. And guess who said no to that? The member from Winnipeg North, the Liberal. The Liberals shut down the opportunity minister. So, Madam Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Liberals. They are delaying NAFTA. They are being disingenuous and politicizing this important agreement. We're the ones who tried to get it through and get it through today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Madam Speaker, Parliament is more than procedure. It is the custodian of the nation's freedom. Those words were spoken by the great defender of parliamentary democracy, the Right Honourable John George Diefenbaker. Today we find ourselves called upon to once again stand in support of this great institution, to once again stand for the right of opposition parliamentarians to hold this government to account. Now, for many Canadians, they may not be closely following the business of supply. They may not closely follow the allotted days or the opposition days that are often called in Parliament. But these days in which the agenda of this House falls to the opposition parties, are absolutely essential to our great parliamentary democracy. And we as an opposition, both as the official opposition and the other opposition parties, have the right to bring forward matters that we feel are important to our constituents and are important to all Canadians. In fact, if I could quote from Beauchene's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 6th edition, it states the opposition prerogative is very broad in the use of the allotted day and ought not to be interfered with except in the clearest and most certain parliamentary grounds. So, Madam Speaker, we brought forward this Opposition Day motion on this day for very important reasons. Because this Liberal government decided to punish the official opposition by giving us a short parliamentary day. A short day where only two full speaking slots would be allocated to the opposition parties. This Liberal government seems to have forgotten that they are among the weakest governing mandate in Canadian history. This Liberal government forgets that they actually lost the popular vote in the last election, and Canadians saw fit to return them with a minority of seats in this place. Boston Gagnon states this at page 855. The setting aside of a specified number of sitting days on which the opposition chooses the subject of debate derives from the tradition which holds that Parliament does not grant supply until the opposition has had an opportunity to demonstrate why it should be refused. In other words, Madam Speaker, before we as the opposition can consent to the continued funding of this government, we must and we will have the opportunity to raise our concerns in this place. We will not be silenced. We will not accept that the government and only the government has a legitimate voice in this place. I would remind members of the Liberal Party that they are first and foremost a member of the legislative branch of government. Those who do not sit in cabinet are not members of the executive branch. They are parliamentarians, and parliamentarians first and foremost. And they too should be concerned that the executive branch of government are the ones who are trying to control the debate of this very place. And I ought not to need to remind this government of their legislative record, their mismanagement of House time in the previous Parliament. At the time of dissolution, they had left at least 17 government bills lying on the order paper. This is in spite of the fact that they used time allocation on dozens of occasions. 13 motions on top of that for closure, and 40 motions to proceed to orders of the day, thereby bypassing the opportunity for opposition MPs to move concurrence motions or to table petitions on behalf of the constituents in each of our ridings, in all 338 ridings across this country. Madam Speaker, today's debate is about returning this House to the people, to give the official opposition, the Bloc Québécois, and the New Democratic Party each one additional opposition day during this supply period, to give each of these parties the opportunity to raise the issues before granting supply to this Liberal government. And I don't need to remind this House either about the disregard we've seen in the past by this Liberal Party to this institution. In the previous Parliament, one of their very first bills, Bill C-14, the Medical Assistance in Dying Act, it was found that they contravened the rights and privileges of this House by leaking the contents to the press, to the media, before it was tabled for all parliamentarians to see. And Madam Speaker, old habits die hard, because it appears they did that once again this time with Bill C-7, their amendments to medical assistance in dying. And Madam Speaker, we don't need to remind this government either about the impacts that they bring upon themselves when they attempt to use draconian measures to shut down debate in this House. We all remember Motion 6, where the government tried to unilaterally take control of every mechanism for debate in this House. And we don't need to remind this Liberal government of the standing order standoff, where they tried to diminish the opportunity for the opposition to hold the government to account, when they tried to unilaterally change the rules of this House. And it fell to us as the official opposition, and at the time, the third party, the New Democrats, to ensure that we were that line of defense, that we were that thin line of the wedge to prevent this Liberal government. And in fact, Madam Speaker, in the previous Parliament, during a debate in this very House on a question of privilege, one of the most significant matters that this House can be seized with, a Liberal member of Parliament, the member from Brossard-Saint-Lambert, stood in this House and killed that debate by moving to orders of the day. It seems like a procedural measure, but by moving to orders of the day on a question of privilege, it kills that debate. But Madam Speaker, our Parliament is stronger than any one Liberal member of Parliament. And at that time, the Speaker saw fit to return that question of privilege to this House so that Parliament could have its voices heard on that question of privilege. But we see this time and time again with this Liberal government. Every opportunity they have to do the right thing, they go the opposite direction. And that brings us to the events that we've seen just in the last couple of weeks. NAFTA, the new NAFTA. It's not a great deal. It's not the worst deal. It's somewhere in between. But we are the party of free trade, and we support the implementation of the new NAFTA despite its imperfections. But to hear the Deputy Prime Minister state publicly and in this place that we as the official opposition, we as the Conservative Party, was somehow trying to delay the new NAFTA, it's an insult to this opposition, and it's an insult to this House of Commons. And in fact, just yesterday, my colleague, the opposition House Leader, gave these Liberals an opportunity to right their wrong. She gave them an opportunity in this very place to bring forward NAFTA today, so that we could be standing here today debating NAFTA, so that I could raise the concerns of the people of Perth Wellington, the farmers, the manufacturers, the individuals who have concerns with this bill. But no, Madam Speaker, the Liberal didn't budge. In fact, speaking for the government, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader said no. No, the government would not be willing to bring NAFTA forward. Madam Speaker, that is unacceptable. So, Madam Speaker, we stand here today debating this opposition motion, a motion that gives the rights and the responsibilities of this House back to all of its members. I encourage all members to stand for their parliamentary privilege, to stand for democracy, and vote in favour of this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for noticing. Madam Speaker, in the last Parliament, the opposition opposed our main estimates reform initiative. It's no secret. Not only will this motion today delay government bills, but it seeks to change a fundamental balance that was struck way back in 1968 to give the opposition government, the opposition party rather, time to debate motions of their choosing in exchange for an agreement to pass supply in one day. This balance and framework has remained intact for over half a century until today. Opposition days are very important when they bring to light an issue that's of material concern to the country, a province, a region, or a group of Canadians. These are important debates that need to be had in this House, but this is not that kind of debate. This is a blatant attempt to change the rules of the House of Commons in less than 4 hours. In the last Parliament, the government brought forward what I viewed to be a sensible proposal to study certain rule changes. Instead of agreeing to the study, the opposition tried to shut down the House, disrupt the budget presentation, and all opposition parties cried foul. How things have changed, this is remarkable. I thought that the long-standing principle was to have this done by consensus. The procedure in House Affairs Committee is the proper place. I'm curious if the honourable member of the opposition would like to describe why they're bucking this trend of building consensus. Why didn't they do this in proc like it should have been done?
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Madam Speaker, the rights and the privileges of this House are not a gift given to the opposition by the Liberal government. The rights and privileges of this House are enshrined in the Constitution. They are enshrined in the authorities of this House, and they are enshrined as the right and the privilege of all parliamentarians to raise the issues that matter to them. I do not need to remind the member from Central Nova that it was his House Leader at the time that tried to unilaterally change the standing orders through a blatant attempt to reduce accountability through her discussion document that she tried to table. It was unacceptable, Madam Speaker. I would remind the official the Liberal government, who will soon be the opposition again, that this is not a change to standing orders. This is an order of this House, an order of this Parliament for the supply period ending March 31st. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, First Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, it is an important distinction the member just made. Of course, it is quite regular that this House would make orders that say notwithstanding standing orders or notwithstanding usual practice of the House. We do this on a very regular basis when we have tributes, when we have foreign leaders come and speak. So it does not in any way upset the balance. It doesn't change the standing orders to have an order that exists notwithstanding the standing orders. So I wonder if the member has comments on that, and also if he could take the opportunity to share a little bit more about what he's hearing in his riding about the new NAFTA deal, some of the negative impacts of the concessions the government has made. Of course, we still want to move forward with it, and it's unfortunate that the government has been delaying their own legislation when we could have been debating that today. But if there's time in the response, what is he hearing from his riding about these issues?
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan for his question. He's absolutely right. This is a special order of this House for 3 additional opposition days during the supply period ending March 31st, which has the option to be extended to April 2nd. This is a very run-of-the-mill opposition day motion that works within the rules of this House. But he's right. We should be debating NAFTA. Perth Wellington has more dairy farmers than any other electoral district in the country. We have more chicken farmers in Wellington County than any other county in the province. They're expressing their concerns to me about some of the challenges they see with NAFTA, and we should be debating that now in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always enjoy Mr. passionate speech, and on March 21st, he was very passionate about making such a change to the standing orders. He said the Learn Amendment that's been put forward would require that all parties agree to any changes made to the standing orders. That's what's done in the past. That's what's done in the proper functioning of doing this. And this is obviously it's changing how a standing order works. So it'd be pretty hypocritical if he votes for this motion.
Good.
I would just remind the member that, using words like hypocritical is really not acceptable in the House, and I would just, especially when it's okay to talk about parties, but not about individuals. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know what? I agree with what I said then. I agree with what I say now. 100%. Changes and amendments to the standing orders of this House should be done with the consensus of all members of this House. This is not a change to the standing order. This is the granting of 3 additional opposition days during the supply period to the members of the official opposition, the Bloc Québécois, and the NDP. It is not a change to the standing orders of this House.
The honourable member has a point of order, or?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is regarding Government Parliament Secretary's point of order yesterday regarding my bill. Madam Speaker, I worked hard on this bill. I did speak to some of the MPs from the Liberal side, some BQ side, as well as spoke to the a reporter, not knowing the rules. I apologize for this is a good bill. I still think it's a good bill. I worked hard on it, and I didn't know the rule not to speak to the reporters before the bill was tabled. Regarding the change of the title of the bill, this is the title I always wanted. It's a clearer title. So I've asked my office here, can we change the title of the bill? They said I can, which I did, and thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
I know that this matter was raised yesterday. I appreciate the additional comments from the member from Markham Unionville, and we'll certainly add it to the information that was provided yesterday, and a response will be forthcoming. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Before I begin my speech, Madam Speaker, I'd like to clarify something the opposition House Leader said in her speech. She stated that the Liberals opposed a motion to expedite CUSMA legislation. While she talked about working together with other parties in a collaborative manner, what she fails to mention is that she purposely provided the text at the very last minute with no time to review it. They are playing silly tricks and gotcha politics because they are on the defensive, trying to slow down this important bill. We did the responsible thing. We took time to review it and then agreed with it and moved it again ourselves. But once we moved it again ourselves, the Conservatives opposed it. There was no consent. The actions of the Conservatives on this merely show their current desperation, and they are on the wrong side of history on this important issue.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member is misleading the House with respect to a vote that took place yesterday. There was no denial of consent from anyone in the Conservative caucus on expediting that issue. The member can't simply lie or mislead the House with respect to what actually happened yesterday. That's a violation of the rules of order, I think you'll find. Thank you.
Question privilege.
I would just say that this is not a point of order, and it was a debate, and I would ask the member for the Parliamentary Secretary to continue his debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It seems we picked a nerve, and that it's clear the members of the opposition don't want to go forward on this important bill. A bill that's required, that businesses are crying out for, that farmers are crying out for, that people across the country want us to move forward on this legislation. But we're playing gotcha politics, we're playing petty politics on this particular day. I'd like to offer some comment on the importance of what we're debating today. This is not a motion that will likely attract the attention of many Canadians outside this chamber or outside the Ottawa bubble. It does not touch on the issues that are important to many of our constituents: the economy, jobs, affordability, climate change, healthcare, pensions, reconciliation with Indigenous people, keeping our streets safe, and securing Canada's place in the world. These are, of course, the issues that are at the forefront of our government's agenda. These are the issues on which our government was elected to make changes. These are the issues on which our government has a mandate from Canadians. And yet, Madam Speaker, this motion today does not call on the House to have a constructive debate on any of these matters. But make no mistake, the motion from the Conservative opposition's House Leader has profound implications for Parliament and for the democratic system that we cherish. It is a motion that is reflective of the Conservatives themselves. While they were in government and during recent years in opposition, we've all seen their track record. In government under Stephen Harper, they showed disdain for Parliament and for all the members on the opposition benches. In opposition under the current leader, who will be replaced in June, they have continued to show disdain for the traditions and decorum of this chamber. And they heckle when I talk about decorum in this chamber, which is ironic, Madam Speaker. Canadians have not forgotten the behaviour of the Conservatives in the 41st Parliament, and in the last one as well. For it was the Conservatives who all too often held the House of Commons hostage with political tactics and manoeuvres, repeatedly obstructing MPs from debating important legislation. On more than one occasion, they forced the House to hold all-night marathon vote sessions. They voted against funding for infrastructure during that time on national defence, veterans, police, security, via rail services, Parks Canada, Indigenous peoples, and more. This was a political stunt, and Liberal MPs stood proudly to vote in favour of those services that are important to Canadians. One of these voting marathons kept MPs in the chamber for 30 hours last Parliament. This came at a cost to Parliament's reputation and literally a cost to the taxpayers. Indeed, the Conservatives' current House Leader said in a news release when she was part of a previous Conservative government that was facing an NDP filibuster in 2011 that these tactics cost the House of Commons an additional $50,000 per hour to stay open. But where was that outrage last Parliament, Madam Speaker? And one of their most shameful episodes, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives tried to prevent the Finance Minister from reading his budget speech in the chamber by banging their desks and shouting him down like bullies in a schoolyard. It was an undignified spectacle. These are the political stunts that the Conservatives like to call tools from their toolbox. Quite the toolbox, Madam Speaker. This behaviour from the Conservative opposition has done nothing to restore Canadians' trust in Parliament. In fact, I fear what they've done is deepen the cynicism among all of our constituents. And unfortunately, it has become clear that the Conservatives have not changed since the last Parliament. Last Thursday, they kept MPs in Ottawa for a vote on an opposition day, which never happened, because once everyone had missed their flights home, they deferred a vote to the following Monday. Wow. MPs missed events in their riding, they missed spending time with their kids, husbands, wives, and families. Why did they do this? For one reason: they could. And simply, a day later on Friday, the Conservatives dipped into their bag of tricks again to obstruct the work of Parliament. On that day, members were debating Bill C-3, supported by all parties, including the Conservatives, that would bring great improvements to the accountability of the Canada Border Service Agency. And yet, the Conservatives moved to literally shut down the business of the House that day. They moved a motion to adjourn the House at 12:30 p.m. Yes, during their lunch hour. I know most Canadians don't move to end their work during their lunch hour, but the Conservatives did. They wanted to turn off the lights for the day. When that didn't work, they attempted to adjourn debate again When that failed, they attempted to shut down the House early again. These political stunts consumed over 2 hours of time of the House. Their objective was clear: prevent the House from debating this important legislation. And unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. Without a doubt, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives have shown their true colours. They don't believe in Parliament. And so now they have shown this once again with the motion we're debating today. For at the heart of what the Conservative opposition hopes to achieve is to tilt the balance from long-standing practices and procedures that have served this House well for many decades. This balance is simple in its design, but crucial to its core. Here's what makes our parliamentary system so successful. When an election happens, Canadians send their elected representatives to the House of Commons to act on their behalf. The government is elected with responsibility to move forward on the agenda that Canadians have given it. That means introducing legislation, ensuring it receives vibrant debate from all sides, and ultimately bringing legislation to a vote. There's limited time in the parliamentary calendar, and the government must always endeavour to schedule the time Parliament needs to examine and vote on its legislation. Across the aisle, the opposition has the responsibility to hold the government to account and raise issues of public concern. Our system under standing orders allows for supply days to be scheduled, also known as opposition days. On these days, government legislation is not debated. Instead, the opposition has the opportunity to bring forward a motion for debate and ultimately a vote. And so, Madam Speaker, this is the balance. Parliament needs time to debate legislation, needs time to debate the supply days motion from the opposition. We believe that Parliament can strike that balance. Already we've come forward with important bills to ratify the new NAFTA, improve the CBSA, require training for judges on sexual assault, modernize the oath of citizenship, and adjust the rules surrounding medical assistance in dying. These are just some of the parts of our platform to keep moving forward with policies that are both ambitious and achievable. Our throne speech in December provided a roadmap for Parliament that outlines our agenda. We want to strengthen the middle class, make life more affordable for Canadians, protect the environment, fight climate change, improve the lives of Indigenous people, and secure Canada's place in the world. Canadians have sent us all a message in the recent election. They want us all to work together, and we agree. Indeed, Madam Speaker, we believe the House of Commons is a place where we can work on legislation to make important decisions for Canadians. Every day we are working hard in Parliament to find common ground on behalf of the Canadians who sent us all here. While this happens, while we debate the merits of legislation and look to improve it, the opposition has many opportunities to bring issues to the forefront. This happens routinely in question period. And I would be remiss, Madam Speaker, if I didn't remind the House that it was our government that made fundamental changes to question period. It was our government that created Prime Minister's question period on Wednesday. Our Prime Minister answers every question during question period from all sides of the House. And again, Madam Speaker, we hear heckling from the other side. It's something Stephen Harper would never do in his wildest dreams, but something that the Prime Minister put forward and make himself accountable to the opposition, to Parliament, and so that Canadians can hear the government's agenda. This is true accountability. In addition to this, Madam Speaker, there are supply days. Today is the 26th sitting of the session. In December, as the previous supply period ended, the Conservatives were allotted an opposition day, which they put forward their motions. In this supply period, which runs from December 11th to March 26th, 7 days are allotted for opposition days. These are the rules under the standing orders. Today marks the 6th day that we had an opposition day. The Conservatives had 4 of those opposition days. The Bloc and NDP have each had 1 opposition day to present their motions to the House for debate and a vote. Under the rules, 1 more opposition day remains up on March 26th. And then once we get to the next supply period from April to June, there will be 8 more opposition days. This is the balance I spoke of, Madam Speaker. It works, it's democratic. And yet the Conservatives are proposing to turn their backs on the standing orders and tilt the balance by adding 3 more opposition days to this supply period. There would be a consequence to this change. There'd be 3 fewer days for members of this House to debate legislation that Canadians have elected this government to move forward with. The motives behind the Conservatives' political tactic are transparent. They do not believe Parliament is a democratic institution to achieve consensus and change for Canadians. And when Conservatives don't like the rules, they simply bulldoze over them. This is a stunning hypocrisy, given that the Conservatives who continually preach that any rule change needs to have unanimous support of all parties. But this should surprise no one. When it suits their needs, Conservatives are willing to do anything, even if they were against it, before they were for it. They have become politically isolated and are in the midst of a leadership race that is exposing their own divisions and are increasingly becoming irrelevant. Their objective is to obstruct the government's agenda. We are committed to making that agenda a reality, and here's some examples of what we want to accomplish. There's no greater challenge facing this country, the world, than fighting climate change. We believe strongly in this government's pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change. And it's no surprise that Conservatives don't want to debate that, because for the last 5 years that I've been here, we've heard the language of deny. We have heard the language of deny, mistrust of scientists, and do nothing. We are committed to building upon this plan to ensure Canadian businesses will seize on the immense economic opportunities that are involved in the transition to the clean economy of the 21st century. We will set a target to achieve net zero by 2050. Our goal will be ambitious but necessary as we protect the environment but grow the economy. We will help make energy-efficient homes more affordable. We will make it easier for Canadians to buy zero-emissions vehicles. We will cut taxes for all Canadians except the wealthiest. This will provide more money in the pockets of hardworking Canadians who need it the most. To many Canadians who are unable to buy their first home, we will continue to take action with significant investments in affordable housing. We'll introduce measures to make it easy for more people to purchase their homes. Very good. And it would be nice to see the Conservatives' provincial counterparts take action on that as well and work with us as partners to make affordable housing reality in the provinces across this country.
Good luck.
Canadians, workers, families, and seniors are facing anxieties about making ends meet. We will assist parents with time and money they need to raise their children. We'll support students as they bear the cost of higher education and skills training. We will increase the federal minimum wage. We will reduce cell phone bills by 25%, and we will strengthen pensions for our seniors. 4 years ago, we promised to put Canada on a path forward towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. We put the country on that path, and will keep Canada firmly on that path. The work towards reconciliation has not ended. And once again, Madam Speaker, I hear heckling on that, but the leaders of their party talk about sending in the army. They call Indigenous protesters terrorists, and yet they're the ones heckling us on our record on reconciliation when the Harper government did absolutely nothing on the subject. Canadians are worried about gun violence in our communities, and we will crack down on this. We will also ban military-style assault rifles. We will work with provinces and territories to strengthen the healthcare system to get the service that they deserve. And once again, Madam Speaker, it's shocking that we're debating changes to the standing order rather than talking about issues like climate change or healthcare. Pharmacare, for example, has become one of the key missing pieces of universal healthcare in this country. Our government will take steps to introduce and implement a national pharmacare program so that Canadians have the drug coverage they need. Madam Speaker, I cite these examples of where we intend to lead the country. We believe that parliamentarians must put their interests of Canadians first. Parliament is not a place only to debate our disagreements, but also a place to come together and find common ground. This is what can happen when we maintain the crucial balance about what I have spoken. I would implore members to look at the legislation before this chamber, as well as the bills that are before us in the future, and work together in all those bills. Parliament needs time to debate those bills, to scrutinize them, and when necessary, prove them. It's not time for political stunts and obstructions. This is the time for constructive debate, for turning our attention to the legislation that can improve the lives of Canadians. It's the time, Madam Speaker, to do the right thing for Parliament. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I listened with interest to the honourable member's speech, and very difficult to hear what he's saying and contrast that to what my constituents are saying. Now, for context, in my riding of Edmonton-Wetaskiwin, we got 63,000 votes in the last election. Looking at the election results, that member got, if you combine that member's result with the 4 Liberal members from PEI, it doesn't amount to as many votes as we got in Edmonton-Wetaskiwin. We have 47 Conservative members of Parliament in Alberta and Saskatchewan out of the 48 members of Parliament, and nothing that government does reflects anything that matters to the lives of the people of Alberta and Saskatchewan and other parts of this country. Yeah, and they are not being heard. And that member talks about political stunts. His deputy House Leader and one of the other ministers went to my riding last week. They didn't call me. They didn't let me know they were going. They met with mayors from outside my riding, including Naheed Nenshi. They're not listening to the concerns that matter to the people on the ground. I've got people in my community who are committing suicide because the economic measures that this government is taking are absolutely destroying the lives of Albertans. When will that member come to my riding, call me, and meet with my constituents about the things that really matter to them?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I find it interesting that it requires the invitation of members of Parliament to meet with a mayor of another community. That's shocking in and of itself, Madam Speaker. And we can throw around statistics all day. I can talk about in my riding, Madam Speaker. They clearly don't want to debate the issues of the day.
The member that he had an opportunity to ask his question without being interrupted, and I would hope that he would want to hear the response in its entirety, as do other members, I am sure. The honourable member for the honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Talk about the riding of St. Catharines, where the Conservative vote went down. That residents of my riding look at the harmful cuts that a Conservative Ford government has made. They've looked at the terrible actions of austerity and what that's done to the people of this country. We can look at that. We can talk about that. We can talk about the 70% of St. Catharines residents who want action on climate change. Why aren't we debating that, Madam Speaker? Why are we debating this political stunt?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Député de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was a bit concerned listening to my honourable colleague's speech about opposition days because I didn't really hear him say anything about opposition days. I get the feeling that when I stand in the House to defend things like the Bloc Québécois did with our motion on EI extra benefits, I'm not defending Quebecers or Canadians. I'm trying to do constructive work, but as the member opposition said, I'm not looking for common ground, according to him. I'm just the opposition. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about the role of opposition days in a democratic parliament. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I remember sitting in the Committee of Procedures and House Affairs at 3 in the morning one day in the previous Parliament because of a filibuster from the opposition, because there was a suggestion that we enter into a debate to consider changes to the standing order. And that was so out of bounds, Madam Speaker, from the opposition that we even engage in a discussion to proceed that way. The opposition has an opportunity, as I've stated, every day in the House to call the government to account. They will have that in 5 minutes, Madam Speaker, every day that happens. The opposition has said repeatedly, we will not change the standing order. We should not change the standing orders unless there is consent of all parties. That seems to have disappeared today.
Comments? The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think if anybody was neutral on the issue of the motion brought forward by the Conservatives today, after hearing the member's speech, they would be inclined to support that motion because they would recognize the importance of having the opposition bring forward issues that the government denies. And that's clearly the sense I get from Liberal members, is that their definition of democracy is what the government puts forward and the government agenda only, which then reinforces the argument that what we need is more opposition days to counter the government's rhetoric. The member just talked about the government's environmental initiatives, but in my riding, they're trying to force through a major pipeline that will cost at least $20 billion, the most massive fossil fuel subsidy in Canadian history. And yet the government has a line that is completely contrary to that. So isn't the member actually reinforcing the importance of having opposition days to get those diverse points of view on the floor of the House of Commons and to have Parliament make decisions that may be counter to the government line?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's interesting the honourable member talks about a pipeline that's subsidised and that's being overseen by an NDP Green coalition government. But that aside, I sat on the Proc committee with honourable member David Christopherson for years. And he talked about the need for there to be consensus in the change of the standing orders. And it's, having heard that from the NDP for the 2 years I sat on that committee, it's shocking now to hear from the NDP that, well, this benefits us, so it's okay. It's okay. We should just go ahead with this. Don't worry about what we said last Parliament. Don't worry about what we've said about the Parliament before. In this one instance, it benefits us. Don't read Hansard. We'd rather you not do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then comments. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. There's a lot to unpack there from the Parliamentary Secretary. I thought it was interesting that the member for Spadina Fort York was nodding along while the Parlsec was upset about heckling in the chamber. He's next to an arch heckler in this place. They talk about collaboration as they continue to heckle. They talk about collaboration. I had a FedDev announcement in my riding this week, and lo and behold, the Parlsec, the minister, didn't even let the member know they were going to be there. No collaboration. Meetings with all leaders of recognized parties in this House, and the Prime Minister does not invite the leader of the official opposition. So when we talk about collaboration, it's pretty rich coming from that side, and if they're not going to hear from opposition parties, we're going to make sure that we're heard with more supply days. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I can't speak to the one announcement in the honourable member's riding, but I'll speak to the last announcement in Niagara. It was at Brock University, and it was great to see the honourable member for Niagara Falls come and cut the ribbon on a new green energy facility at Brock University that will cut greenhouse gas emissions and was funded under Kathleen Wynne's cap and trade program. So it was great to see him come there, be invited, and smile to see the benefits of cap and trade, help the environment, help Brock University, and do better for the community of all of Niagara.
We have time for one last question. The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
I'd like to thank my colleague from St. Catharines for his speech, and I've listened intently. And Madam Speaker, I wonder if he could explain to Canadians what's really going on here.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If we take a step back, this is gamesmanship, pure and simple. When the Conservative Party gets an opposition day on the Friday, which is perfectly a legitimate thing for the government to do, they decide to team up with opposition parties to change the rules for their benefit. What the opposition parties are clearly aligned on today is a blatant attempt to give them more opposition days, which means more time for government bills. Not only does this provide less time for government bills, but slows the progress of the parliamentary process. Thank you, Madam.
Statement. The honourable member will still have about 1 minute for questions and comments right after QP. The statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This month we celebrate the 10-year anniversary of the Vancouver 2010 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Canadians welcome the world to Vancouver with glowing hearts to showcase and celebrate Canadian athleticism, talent, and culture. West Vancouver and Whistler hosted a number of Olympic events, including Alex Bilodeau winning Canada's first gold medal on home soil at Cypress Mountain. The Games provided a unique opportunity for the four host First Nations to work together and to work with our communities to reconcile with them. The Games showcased their language, culture, and history on a global scale, providing a model for our country and for future Olympic Games. The Games were also a catalyst for critical improvements to our communities, including the Sea to Sky Highway, the Canada Line, affordable housing, and spurring a green building industry. The Games united our country to celebrate a record number of medals, capped off by the storybook ending of Sidney Crosby's golden goal 10 years ago today. These Games provided memories we will never forget, and I look forward to again hosting the World to Vancouver in 2030 and beyond.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Madam Speaker, there's one thing I've learned since being elected, and that is what the left says never means what you think it means. When they talk about unity, what they really mean is my way or the highway. When they talk about diversity, they never mean diversity of opinion. When they talk about truth and reconciliation, they have no intention of respecting elected band councils unless it's convenient. Right. When they talk about consultation, what they really mean is let me tell you what I think. When they say dying with dignity, they only mean euthanasia. Mr. Speaker, Canadians look to this House for compassion, truth, and leadership. In light of this week's debate on Bill C-7, let's ensure that when we say that we are committed to quality palliative care, that we truly mean what we say we mean.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
It's an honour in this House to recognize the good work of the Hudson-based Pure Art Foundation. Founded by Robert and Bridget McKinnon and their incredible boys, the foundation is committed to empowering people and building stronger communities. With initiatives in Peru, Tanzania, and Nepal, the impact of the foundation cannot be understated. On March 5th, their work continues with 68 dedicated and generous people, including 13-year-old Laura Lee, 88-year-old Donna Monroe, and our community's very own Father Demers, departing for Peru. They will pursue the wonderful work of the foundation by building 4 additional homes, starting 2 new medical campaigns with the help of local nurses, enhancing the sewing initiative with the addition of financial literacy programs, and enrolling 300 kids in the school program during their trip. Today, on behalf of all members of my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, I'd like to wish them a safe and productive journey and thank them for the work they're doing, bettering the lives of not only those all around the world, but in our community. I wish them all the best. Safe travels, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, my riding of Victoria is facing a serious housing and homelessness crisis. And too many people are living in precarious housing or worse, finding themselves sleeping on the street. We need to take urgent action to invest in affordable, social, and cooperative housing. We should be taking the lead from community organizations like the Greater Victoria Coalition to End Homelessness and the Aboriginal Coalition to End Homelessness, who adopt a housing-first approach. And the role of the Aboriginal Coalition is particularly critical because we know that Indigenous peoples are 8 times more likely to end up homeless. Their work is centered on Indigenous peoples, their lived experience, and perspectives. We need a housing strategy by Indigenous people for Indigenous people. Housing is a human right. In a country as wealthy as Canada, no one should have to go without a safe place to call home.
The honourable member for Outremont. It's now been 1 year this week since I was elected as the first female member of Parliament for Outremont. What a huge honour to be able to represent the 100,000 constituents of my riding in this House. The top priority for residents of Outremont and Mile End is protecting the environment. Recently, I met with a number of mothers from the organization Pour Nos Enfants, and they all told me it was important for us to do more in the fight against climate change.
The government has made protecting the environment a top priority. We've committed to reaching net zero by 2050, and we know that the best way to get there is through a price on pollution. Hear, hear. As the mother of a 2-year-old myself, I share the fears of the parents in my riding for whom the #1 concern is the planet we'll be leaving our children. We know we need to do more, and I will join you in that fight against climate change.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Madam Speaker, given Oshawa's long hockey history, it's not surprising that many families in my riding spend their winter nights and early mornings at the arena. But as much fun as our kids have playing the game they love, No minor hockey team, game, or league exists without the hardworking volunteers that make them possible. Since he was 17 years old, Dave Glazier has spent much of his life giving back to the OCHL, one of the local house league associations in my riding. Like many others in Oshawa, Dave spent his days on the General Motors assembly line during his working career, but his nights and weekends have been spent at the rink. As a coach, a board member, and a tournament convener at the annual Heritage Classic, Dave's love for hockey has shown no bounds, and his volunteer work has been his way of sharing that with young players. Dave will be retiring from his volunteer work with the OCHL come the end of this season, and hockey in Oshawa will not be the same without him. I thank him for the tremendous work he has done for the past 50 years and wish him happy retirement. Thanks, Dave.
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we celebrate Black History Month, I want to recognize the 19 students currently enrolled in Irving Shipyard's Pathways to Shipbuilding for Africa in Nova Scotia. In June of this year, these students will graduate and start their careers as welders of at Halifax Shipyards, and where they will build, of course, the next fleets of the Royal Canadian Navy and the Canadian Coast Guard. This program is a collaboration between Irving Shipbuilding, the Nova Scotia Community College, the government, and community groups like the East Preston Empowerment Academy. This program also creates opportunities for African Nova Scotians to learn a trade and establish long-term career in shipbuilding, an industry where these people were underrepresented. I invite all members of this House to join me in congratulating the 19 students as well as the people that were involved in this special program. Thank you.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, I rise in this House today to speak about the provincial by-elections held yesterday in Ottawa, Vanier, and Orleans. Voters in both ridings sent a resounding message to Doug Ford and elected two strong Liberal community champions in Stephen Blais and Lucille Collard. Stephen and Lucille led extraordinary campaigns focused on education, healthcare, and the failure of the Conservatives in Ontario. I know that they will proudly represent their communities and the City of Ottawa, and I'm looking forward to getting to work with them to move forward on important files. Congratulations to Stephen and Lucille and their outstanding team of volunteers on a hard-fought campaign and an impressive victory. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Madam Speaker, National Volunteer Week is still a few weeks away, but it's never too early to appreciate the work and impact volunteers have in our communities. During National Volunteer Week, I'll once again be hosting the 2020 Barrie Innisfil Volunteer Awards on Friday, April 24th at 12:30 in the afternoon. This is the 5th year that Barrie Innisfil residents and organizations will be recognized for their kindness, generosity, and compassion to youth, families, and seniors. Very soon, if they haven't already, residents in Barrie Innisfil will be receiving in their mailboxes a form that they can complete to tell me how volunteerism has impacted their lives. They can also nominate someone they know or an organization doing amazing things to help others in our communities. Nomination forms are also available on my website, johnbroussard.com, or in my Barrie Innisfil office, and they must be received by Friday, April 3rd at 5 p.m. To every volunteer in Barrie Innisfil and across Canada, I say thank you for all that you do to help the most vulnerable in our society.
The honourable member for Milton.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
In community housing with my brother Luke and my mother Beata at Chautauqua Co-op. My mom is the community coordinator at Briarview Co-op, and I joined her in championing co-op housing as a solution for poverty and housing insecurity in Canada. This past weekend in Milton, I joined my neighbours for the coldest night of the year walk. Miltonians walked 2, 5, and 10 kilometres in support of Milton Transitional Housing, raising almost $60,000. Mr. Speaker, I want to make special mention of Bob and Mary Walker, the original organisers of this event in Milton. They're both in their 90s now, and they've walked every single year, true champions of this cause. Our government introduced Canada's first ever poverty reduction strategy, and the recent Canadian Income Survey indicates that over 1 million Canadians have been lifted out of poverty since 2015. Collectively, we've achieved Canada's lowest rate of poverty ever. Our plan is working, Madam Speaker, but better is always possible, and I'm thrilled to support that work on behalf of my neighbours and across Canada and Milton.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Madam Speaker, like many of my colleagues, one of my favourite aspects of this career is connecting with people across my riding by door knocking. And during the last campaign, I met a family at the doors in Kenora who have an amazing 5-year-old daughter named Johanna. She's intelligent, she's full of character, and I have no doubt in my mind that she will find a way to accomplish her greatest dreams. But Madam Speaker, Johanna was rendered completely blind from birth. Diagnosed at the age of 4 months, and she has been learning throughout her life of how to deal with the challenges that presents. A simple task such as distinguishing between a harmful cleaning product or a bottle of juice can prove to be a barrier to Johanna's independence. That's why I want to take this opportunity to remind all members of this House that we must do more to ensure that the people like Johanna and the other 1.5 million visually impaired Canadians have a safer and more accessible life. After all, it is up to all of us to work toward building a more inclusive society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Madam Speaker, I found myself reflective on the promise of Canada, a country few want to leave and many want to call home. I've walked past Shut Down Canada signs and been sworn at in the street by people holding those signs. It's my daughter Donna's birthday today. She's a compassionate law student who fiercely defends the rights of women. What is this Canada she's inheriting? I think on sacrifices of our ancestors, including First Nations, their deprivations, their fierce belief that this is a home worth fighting and dying for, and in modern times that our freedoms in Canada are precious and too easily lost. Freedoms like peaceful protest, the dignity and self-worth that comes from work well done, providing for your family, and the hopeful joy of a new parent. But I confess that I'm worried for my country right now. We're having trouble finding our balance, finding our rhythm. Helping others is a tried and true way to put our own egos aside and do good works from the heart out. Let's all embrace that challenge. Believe in Canada.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Black History Month is Canadians of African descent going forward guided by the past. But I believe all of us, regardless of our ethnicity, can find inspiration and guidance in the stories of trailblazing African Canadians. People like Windsor resident James L. Dunn, a 19th century black businessman who sued the Windsor Board of Education for its segregationist practices in 1883. He lost the case, but then continued the fight by being elected a school board trustee and desegregated all of Canada's city schools. He went on to be elected a town councillor and continued changing policies from the inside. It is fitting that Windsor's newest school be named after him. But one does not have to look into the past to find inspiration. In my riding of Windsor West, we lost 4 outstanding individuals of African descent in 2019. Daphne Clark, one of the founders of the Windsor Women Working with Immigrant Women. Brian Kersey, longtime labor and human rights activist. Frida Steele, one of Windsor's first black nurses who co-founded the Windsor and District Black Coalition. And Shelley Harding-Smith, Canada's first black female master electrician and a longtime school board trustee and a personal mentor of mine. Let us all learn from their examples.
The honourable member for Honourable Deputy de Shefford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On March 8th, we will mark International Women's Day. If you follow the news, you know that the battle is not yet won and that the feminist fight will have to continue as long as necessary. So March 8th is a day to express how proud we are to be women, but also to remember that feminist struggles at home and around the world are still relevant. Too many women are still murdered, even in 2020, just because they are women. And there are still far too many cases of gender-based discrimination and violence. Some rights that we used to take for granted are now being threatened. And of course, there are still huge inequalities in terms of the way men and women are treated. Let's speak out on social, political, economic, and cultural issues. We all need to stand in solidarity. Let's stand up for women's rights.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
On March 8th, we celebrate International Women's Day. We celebrate women from all countries, all ethnicities, and all faiths. We celebrate the fact that all women are valuable and have incredible contributions to make to society. Every woman is full of potential and able to positively impact the world. Every woman deserves equal opportunity to do so. Many women, unfortunately, get up each day, they face discrimination, harassment, and perhaps even violence. This is unacceptable in a country as great as ours. Today, we renew our commitment to creating a world where women and men exist as equals, people of equal value, equal worth, and equal dignity. Today, we celebrate the greatness in each and every one across this country and around the globe. Today, we commit to being her champion. She is strong, she is capable, she is intelligent, she is talented, she is inspiring. She is grandmother, mother, spouse, daughter, sister, niece, friend, coworker. Today, we commit to empowering women everywhere.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam has been a little extra kind lately. From February 9th to 15th, students and teachers in my riding spread the word of committing kind and caring acts. Real acts of caring began at Central Community School in Port Coquitlam in 2005. Students from across the riding have since supported this idea in their schools and around our community. This year, Real Acts of Caring Week again had our community members doing something kind for one another and not expecting anything back. I would like to thank all those who participated and encourage you all to continue caring about being kind.
Very good.
Oral questions. Questions orales. Questions orales. The honourable member for Carleton.
We learned today that in the last 3 months of 2019, our economy ground to a halt with a pathetic 0.3% growth rate. Big declines again in business investment in machinery. Last year, the U.S. economy grew almost 50% faster than here in Canada. And by the way, this is all before the impacts of the coronavirus and the illegal blockades. Who knew when you shut down major projects, raise taxes, and wrap business in red tape, the economy stops moving? When will the government realize that a weak leader equals a weak economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
With respect, the honourable member seems to be ignoring the enormous success the Canadian economy has experienced over the past number of years. I'll remind him that we are at record low levels of unemployment. We've added more than 1 million new jobs to the Canadian economy, and we have more women working in the Canadian economy than at any point in our history to date. If the honourable member would take a break from running down the Canadian economy, he might actually realize that foreign direct investment is up, more people are working, and we're experiencing an economic growth record that the Conservatives would blush at.
Before it gets any worse, I just want to remind members to hold their comments and questions. There are opportunities to ask questions during question periods, but there's also an opportunity to hear the answer. I would ask that the heckling stop. The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, the member is absolutely right. Conservatives would blush if we were presiding over these terrible numbers, Mr. Speaker. Here we have the economy grinding down to a rate of 0.3%.
Shameful.
A third consecutive quarter where business investment in machinery has collapsed. The economy is grinding to a halt, and that is before even the blockades started to take effect. Madam Speaker, when will the government realize that "don't worry, be happy" is not an economic plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the honourable member has completely misconstrued the plan that has actually led to over 1 million jobs created in the Canadian economy. I'll remind him of some of the measures we put in place to actually help this development come to be a reality. We've invested by reducing the small business tax from 11 to 9%. We've created a new and more effective regulatory regime that's actually going to help projects move forward more effectively. We have engaged in international trade negotiations and are now the only G7 economy that has a free trade agreement with every other G7 economy. 1 million new jobs, more people working, growth that would make the Conservatives jealous.
L'honorable député de Carleton.
The honourable member for Carleton.
These terrible numbers are before the new illegal blockades took effect. This quarter, we are going to experience the repercussions of illegal protesters blocking the full functioning of our economy, something that the Prime Minister encouraged when he stood in the House of Commons and celebrated them as great defenders of human rights. Madam Speaker, the reality is that this illegal blockade of our economy represents a war on working people. When will the government stand up and fight back?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government has committed to a peaceful resolution to the crisis. Madam Speaker, there has been progress over the past week. And there is now only one blockade on a track around Montreal, and we're working very hard along with the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, who's in British Columbia, to meet with the hereditary chiefs and find a peaceful resolution. Trains have begun running in the Belleville area. That was a very important track, so there has been progress. The Honourable Member for
Louis Saint-Laurent.
For Louis Saint-Laurent.
La réalité des faits, Madame la Présidente, c'est qu'on est dans la 4e semaine de crise majeure pour l'économie canadienne. Crise qui a été créée de toutes pièces par l'inertie, le manque de leadership de ce gouvernement-là. C'est ça la réalité. Hier, Madame la Présidente, le ministre des Ressources naturelles du Québec a sonné l'alarme. Le Québec est à...
It appears that there isn't any interpretation. Can you hear the interpretation? You hear it? Yes? I would ask the member to begin again, please.
English, no, I'm joking. Hello, Madam.
And so, Madam Speaker, let's be serious here. It's week 4 of the rail crisis in Canada, and this was created by the inertia on the part of this government that showed terrible, pathetic leadership over the past month. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the Canadian and Quebec economy are suffering. Yesterday, the Quebec Minister of Natural Resources said we're only a few days away from a serious shortages in the economy. He said we're a few days away from a propane shortage. I'm sorry, that's what happens when you have to start a question over again. In any case, we want to know what the government will do to respond to this very serious concern. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I share the concerns and impatience on the part of Canadians to find a peaceful solution to this. We've wanted to find a peaceful solution from the beginning. We've put a priority on dialogue, and that's also been the priority of the our provincial counterparts. Madam Speaker, there's one blockade left. Rail transportation has begun again around Belleville. This was a very important railroad, and it will help in terms of shortages everywhere. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, Madam Speaker, containers have been piling up, ports have been blocked, and trains haven't been moving. Yesterday, the Minister of Transport, who perhaps wanted to reassure the public but didn't manage to, said that it will take months before our economy will get back to normal and before transportation will get back to normal. Is there anyone in this government who could set the record straight for Canadians and tell us when the economy will finally get back to normal after 3 weeks of inertia on the part of this government? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Fully understands the impacts that this blockade and these blockades are having across the country. But I'd like to remind the Honourable Member that the Minister of Transportation helped and his department facilitate an agreement between CN and CP to get rail traffic going, and that up to 70% of CN's goods were flowing down the tracks. Exaggerating the shortages doesn't benefit Canadians. There is some backup. We hope to get everything back moving, and we're moving in the right direction, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, from day one, the Bloc has been saying that the Prime Minister has to take charge of the rail crisis. More than 2 weeks ago, on February 13th, the Bloc recommended mediation. For 10 days, we've been saying that the RCMP should withdraw from Wet'suwet'en territory and that pipeline work should be suspended. Now, the government saw the light in the past 48 hours, but the government has totally failed on its management of this crisis, despite our proposals. Will someone at least manage this crisis? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Merci, Madame la Presidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for the question from my colleague. League.
We've been working around the clock to resolve this issue in a peaceful and lasting way. Our Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations is currently in British Columbia along with her counterpart, BC counterpart in Smithers, to have continued discussions with the Wet'suwet'en Hereditary Chiefs. We are encouraged that all parties have worked together to create the necessary conditions to meet. And I want to quote the Hereditary Chiefs who made it clear to their supporters yesterday, and I quote, "We now need time to have discussions in an atmosphere of respect, and we look forward to those discussions, Madam Speaker."
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, that wasn't what I was asking. I was talking about what's going to happen after the crisis, even though it's not over. It's difficult to get the true measure of the cost of this rail crisis because it's not over. And even according to the Minister of Transport, it could take months before train transportation is back to normal. To date, we could easily be talking about billions in losses for our businesses, not to mention losses to the families of workers who have been laid off. Quebec has committed to providing emergency assistance to businesses. Will the government offer financial support to the affected businesses and workers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Very much, Madam Speaker. As I've said, the government understands the significant impacts that these blockades have had across the country. I know we are working hard to resolve the issues that are outstanding and focusing on negotiation as the best way to solve this in a lasting and meaningful way. And we'll continue to do that. We hope to hear progress from the meetings with the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and look forward to hearing from her from British Columbia.
The honour member for Windsor West.
The Prime Minister's failure of leadership has forced another 1,500 auto workers in Windsor, Essex out of their jobs. Madam Speaker, they've given up on the auto sector. They cancelled the Automotive Investment Fund, they ignored the Auto Czar, and like the Conservatives have refused to bring in a national auto strategy to support the assembly and supply chain. Madam Speaker, what will it take? How many jobs have to be lost? How many communities have to be devastated before the Liberals realize this industry and the Canadians work for it are worth fighting for?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very much for my honourable member from Windsor West. We're very concerned about jobs and understand the anxiety in the Windsor area. Our government understands that the path to economic prosperity varies from region to region. And as a member from southwestern Ontario, I know how important the auto industry is to the region. I was with the minister just 2 weeks ago when we met with local businesses and the mayor of Windsor, and we are hearing their concerns. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals promised they were going to move to on-land, closed containment salmon farms on the BC coast by 2025. It was even in the minister's mandate letter. But now they're saying they won't even have a plan until 2025.
How about that?
BC wild salmon and workers can't wait 5 years.
That's right.
The transition needs to get started now to save Pacific wild salmon. The Liberals already know that open net salmon farming is impacting wild salmon stocks. So why are they delaying?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard.
Madam Speaker, on this issue, I think it's important that we're incredibly clear. When it comes to finfish, open net pen aquaculture, specific to the BC coast, we are moving forward on our commitment to transition away, completely independent from anything happening on the East Coast. Now, this is a tricky issue. It's going to mean working with the province. It's going to mean working with Indigenous people. It's going to be making sure that we take care of the economic opportunities that coastal communities are depending on. We're going to do that work, Madam Speaker.
Here. The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Madam Speaker, the Auditor General yesterday appeared before the Public Accounts Committee and said that his office does not have the financial resources required to fulfill his mandate to properly audit this government. He is forced to conduct fewer audits, and his IT system is completely out of date. He's still running on the old DOS system. Madam Speaker, he has made several unsuccessful requests for more funding. So why is this Prime Minister hampering the Auditor General's office and restricting him from conducting more audits into his government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, taking a question from the Conservatives on officers of Parliament is like taking a question about the well-being of chickens from Colonel Sanders. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the Office of the Auditor General, I'll point out to the honourable member that the Conservatives cut $6.5 million from their budget and removed 60 employees. As part of Budget 2018, during the past Parliament, we committed to investing more than $41 million in additional funding for the Office of the Auditor General. I'll start taking these questions seriously when the Conservatives step up with action, not just words.
Bravo. I just want to remind members that we were doing really well, and I would just ask members to, again, not heckle when you get the answers. The
honourable member for... The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, the Auditor General opened an investigation into the Liberals' $188 billion infrastructure plan. He said again yesterday he doesn't have sufficient resources to do his work. I asked the Minister of Infrastructure if she would support additional resources to help him in his investigations. The answer was yes. We need to be held accountable. Will the Minister of Finance also be accountable and responsible and provide the Auditor General enough money to do his work? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, again, I find it rich to take questions on the adequacy of funding to officers of Parliament, given the Conservatives' track record of cutting those resources in order to avoid scrutiny of the government when they were in power. Madam Speaker, in Budget 2018, our government beefed up the funding for the Office of the Auditor General by $41 million, which represents a 16% increase relative to the 2015-2016 fiscal year. When it comes to ensuring that officers of Parliament have the resources they need, we're going to work with them to ensure that they benefit not just our government, but all Canadians.
Bravo. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Speaker, the answers that we've received to those two questions are ridiculous. In 2011, the Auditor General voluntarily participated in the Deficit Reduction Act, and he told the NDP committee chair that he had enough money then to do his job, but now he says he does not. And the main estimates reveal that they've cut $300,000 from the budget. So when will this minister do the right thing and fully fund the Auditor General like the former Liberal co-chair advised in the letter that went to him in June?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
I've already given the detailed answer on both the Conservative cuts to officers of Parliament and the investment that we made in Budget 2018. The fact of the matter remains that we remain committed to supporting the work of the Auditor General and other officers of Parliament. We're going to ensure that they're able to have the tools they need to do their job, to ensure that Canadians benefit from their advice and Parliament can work to its greatest capacity. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Madam Speaker, our country's economy is moving at the speed of freight trains. After more than 23 days of rail blockades, there's been a huge hole in our economy that will be hurting us for a very, very long time. The patience and tolerance of Canadians are not as elastic as that of the Prime Minister's. It has limits. Enough is enough. Madam Speaker, does Canada have a Prime Minister with enough backbone to get Canada's trains moving again?
Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We understand the impacts that these blockades are having across the country, but it's important we proceed with a negotiated settlement of these disputes because we want a lasting settlement. We do not want to see these blockades happening again. The government is engaged in those negotiations, and we're doing what we can to ensure a lasting settlement going forward. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
All week, the Liberals have been spinning Teck's decision to cancel their project as the company's decision. It's the same spin they used when TransCanada cancelled Energy East. The systematic destruction of Canada's energy sector is what the Prime Minister and the Liberals have always wanted. Well, here's the truth. Liberals have politicized the process to the point where these companies and others have decided not to invest further in Canada while these Liberals are in power. Why won't the Liberals stop the spin and acknowledge that billions in lost opportunity and the jobs that go with them lie directly at their feet?
The honourable parliamentary secretary to the minister, to the prime minister. Oh, sorry. The honourable deputy prime minister. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a Friday. let me just state very clearly for members of this House and for all Canadians that our government absolutely understands the importance of natural resources to the Canadian economy, and in particular of the oil and gas sector. Canada is one of the world's leading oil and gas producers, one of the world's leading oil and gas exporters, and that sector provides hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs, including blue-collar jobs across the country. That's of great value, and that's something our government supports.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Also this week, we found out who's really in charge of Canada. As Global News showed us, the Prime Minister is taking his cues from the granola-crunching, Castro-loving, VW bus-driving, anti-resource, anti-government, anti-everything professional protesters with absolutely no connections to First Nations groups. Across the country this week, including Union Station in Toronto, illegal blockades affected not just commuters, but also communities. Why are the Liberals supporting well-funded eco-radicals more than hard-working Canadians and the businesses who employ them?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I understand representing residents who use GO Rail to get to work, to get to Toronto. We understand the impacts that this is having and that rail blockades in the past have had across the country over the last few weeks. We're working hard towards a negotiated peace and a negotiated settlement. The tone by the Conservatives to exaggerate the impact is not appropriate. The tone to call in the army, to order the police is inappropriate, is not helping anything, is only exacerbating the situation.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, use of facial recognition by companies is troubling. Citizens have a right to circulate, go into stores, and to work without being constantly spied on. This raises serious questions about the kind of use companies may make of our biometric data. In Quebec, as well as at the federal level, the legislative framework is not ready for the use of facial recognition, nor for appropriate protection of data that is collected. Will the government order a moratorium on the sale of facial recognition systems to companies? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her question. This is an important issue. One has to balance privacy with our duty, the RCMP's duty, to protect citizens, and that's why the RCMP will be working with the Privacy Commissioner in order to be able to strike that balance. And more generally speaking, the privacy commissioners in provinces and the federal commissioner will be looking into this. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, Clearview AI is a leader in facial recognition, and their services are used by police services. They revealed that they had had a data breach. That is our biometric data, Madam Speaker, our personal data. And today, the companies are proposing to sell this type of technology to private businesses in order to target good clients, spy on their behavior, or do profiling. This not only raises serious issues, but it's simply not safe. We mustn't wait any longer. We mustn't wait for there to be a problem. Is the government willing to impose that moratorium?
Science, Innovation and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians are understandably anxious about how their data is being used in an increasingly digital world. But allow me to assure my colleague that the Privacy Commissioners of Canada, BC, Quebec, and Alberta are jointly investigating whether their organization's practices are in full compliance with Canadian privacy law. As this is an active investigation, no additional details are available at this time. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The new CRTC guidelines in the Yale report that the minister is reviewing are deeply flawed. I have strong concerns about the journalists being licensed and registered. I'm also very frustrated about the Yale report recommendation number 4 that would have 9 board members live or move to Ottawa for 7 years. That is discriminatory toward Western Canada, just plain wrong. Madam Speaker, will this government commit to rejecting number 4 of the Yale report, or will this government continue to alienate Western Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Madam Speaker,
Our government thanks the members of the Yale report for the work that they did. The panel has undertaken a wonderful final report, and we are looking at the recommendations in the report and plan to take action as swiftly as possible. The report recommendations that are proposed are all being considered, and we support a strong, competitive broadcasting media sector. We intend to move swiftly to ensure all players, including web giants, support Canadian culture. We are reviewing them, and we are looking at them right now.
Honourable member for Port Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister announced a $600 billion media bailout before the last election. Then he directed his minister to create new regulations that control social media platforms. January's Yale report states accurate, reliable, and trusted news content is in peril, and that the CRTC must be able to monitor and address issues concerning news content regardless of format. The Prime Minister has been priming his way to control what Canadians have to say. Madam Speaker, when will the Prime Minister stop attacking freedom of speech and expression?
Hear, hear. I want to apologize to the member. I said Port Coquitlam. It was Port Moody Coquitlam, so I do want to correct it. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Madam Speaker, our government believes in a strong, free and independent press. The report we received from an independent panel proposes to exempt news media from licensing requirements, and I want to be clear on our intentions. Our government will not impose licensing requirements on news organizations, nor will we regulate news content. Our focus is to ensure Canadians have strong access to diverse, high-quality and credible news.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse is Etchemin-Lévis. Madam Speaker, we already knew that the government was ignoring our local radio stations and media, but now we've learned that they're spending 5 times more on web giants than Canadian media. What? $52 million for these foreign giants that don't pay any taxes in this country? Why not invest in Ricardo, for example, that reaches 3.8 million internet users, or the Véronique magazine that reaches 800,000 people? They do pay taxes in this country.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as my friend from across the way knows, we are reviewing all of the regulations and that we are committed to ensuring that Canadian creators are paid their fair share. That is something that we are continuing to work on, and I look forward to working with a member from across the way as we work on those proposals.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, despite the federal government ignoring the scourge of money laundering, a provincial inquiry into the practice has started in BC. BMW told the inquiry that the lack of port police has allowed a massive increase in illegal exports to China. Wow. This is a huge problem because the federal government has rejected calls to subject luxury car purchases to FinTrack reporting. What? Either these Liberals are ignorant of what's happening in my home province and, despite its distance, still part of this country, or they just don't care, Madam Speaker. Which is it? Which is it?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Money laundering. Our government put in place a strong regime to make sure that we're watching out for this kind of irresponsible and frankly illegal behavior. We're working with the different provinces so we can highlight the information for beneficial owners. We're going to continue to work with all parties of this House to ensure that we're taking care of Canadians, and I look forward to a follow-up conversation with the member to discuss in more detail.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, the Wet'suwet'en Hereditary Chiefs have been asking for weeks for a meeting with the Prime Minister. But he just can't seem to find the time. When wealthy and powerful corporations like Enbridge and Suncor ask for a meeting, he doesn't hesitate. Canadians are waiting on the Prime Minister to show some leadership and take real action to de-escalate this situation. So why does the Prime Minister have time for big oil and gas but not for Indigenous leaders?
I want to apologize. It seems that there was no interpretation during the time of that question. Est-ce que ça fonctionne maintenant? Ça fonctionne maintenant? Est-ce que vous avez manqué la plupart?
Is it working now? Did you miss most of the question? Okay, well, we'll start over.
Madam Speaker, the Wet'suwet'en Hereditary Chiefs have been asking for weeks for a meeting with the Prime Minister, but he just can't seem to find the time. When wealthy and powerful corporations like Enbridge and Suncor ask for a meeting, he doesn't hesitate. Canadians are waiting on the Prime Minister to show some leadership and take real action to de-escalate this situation. So why does the Prime Minister have time for big oil and gas, but not for Indigenous leaders?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to start off by rejecting the premise of that question. But I do want to reiterate, as we speak right now, our Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations is in British Columbia, along with their BC counterpart, in meetings with the Wet'suwet'en Hereditary Chiefs. We are encouraged by the recent developments, and we are encouraged that all parties have come together to create the necessary conditions for this meeting. It is a positive first step, and discussions will continue. And as the Hereditary Chiefs made clear to their supporters yesterday, and I quote, "We now need time to have discussions in an atmosphere of respect." Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. This morning on the radio, our friend Romeo Saganash reminded us that every crisis gives us a chance to achieve great things. Right now, the struggle for Indigenous rights and the climate emergency are converging, but the Prime Minister seems unable to seize the opportunity. What's worse, he doesn't even seem to care. He sends his ministers in to negotiate, but keeps his own distance. Put your feet up. Does he realize he's Prime Minister, that he's the one in charge? Or does he lose interest in being Prime Minister when the going gets tough?
Secretary to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to, first off, start by acknowledging the tremendous work of our Prime Minister and the leadership he's shown over the past 5 weeks in extreme resolve in order to ensure that we move forward in a manner that respects reconciliation. I know that as I speak right now, our Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations is in British Columbia with her BC counterpart, meeting with the Wet'suwet'en Hereditary Chiefs. We will continue to engage in a manner that respects Indigenous rights, that ensures that we move forward on the very important work of reconciliation that involves each and every Canadian. Thank you, Madam.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Madam Speaker, I recently met with the Canadian Cancer Society, who told me that 1 in 2 Canadians will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. And although investments in research, early detection, and treatment have resulted in more people surviving cancer than ever before, there is more to be done. Speaker, too many Canadians and too many people in Newmarket Aurora have been impacted by cancer. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Health please tell my constituents what we are doing to prevent and treat this disease, which has touched so many of us?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Newmarket Aurora for that question.
He knows someone who has battled cancer. That's why we support prevention and treatment with over $50 million annually to organizations like the Canadian Partnership Against Cancer and cancer research with $150 million from Budget 2019. We're also working to reduce cancer risk factors like unhealthy eating, physical inactivity, and smoking. I want to thank the member for his question, for his work as a new member of the Health Committee, and for his advocacy.
Bravo. Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
In Saskatchewan and across Canada just can't catch a break this year. Whether it's the weather, illegal rail blockades, a carbon tax, this past year has been a costly one for farmers. And now they don't have the cash flow to put in this year's crop. But the Minister of Agriculture can actually do something. The question is, will she? Will the Minister commit to pushing back the repayment date for the advance payment program to help our farmers get back on their feet?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we understand the pressure and stress of our farmers are facing following a tough 2019 year. We made changes to the advance payment program last year to help address cash flows issues by increasing the maximum loan limit to $1 million. We have the authority to give farmers more time to repay their loan if an APP administrator requests it and if the situation warrants it. We are in close contact with our third-party program administrators to monitor the evolving needs of the farmers and will duly evaluate and request any stay of default. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Spring is supposed to be a time of hope and renewal for Canadian farmers. Unfortunately, our railways have been shackled by this government due to the lack of action in removing illegal blockades. Farmers are about to experience payment deadlines from creditors next month. With no hope of getting their grain to market, farmers will be hit with interest rates of approximately 20%. Wow. Our farmers need action, Madam Speaker. When will this government commit to modifying the cash advance program to address this current crisis?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Foods.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question, and as I said before, we understand the pressures and the stress of the 2019 season. We made changes to the advance payment program last year to address cash flows by increasing maximum loan limits to $1 million. We have the authority to give farmers more time to repay their loan if the APP administrator requests it and if the situation warrants it. We are in close contact with our third-party program administrators to monitor the needs of farmers and will evaluate the requests for a stay of default. Thank you.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Madam Speaker, in January, the federal, provincial and territorial ministers for justice and public safety met in Victoria and agreed to examine the impacts of rural crime and how to reduce it through a pan-Canadian working group on rural crime. It has been over a month and we haven't heard a peep from the Minister of Justice. Crime is ravaging rural communities. People don't feel safe in their homes. They're losing faith in the justice system. So when will the Minister announce the details of this pan-Canadian working group?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. The subject did in fact come up at our last meeting of federal, provincial, territorial ministers of justice, Madam Speaker. I have committed to working with that group moving forward. We've assigned our deputy ministers that task of moving forward, Madam Speaker. And indeed, I have committed to my counterpart in Alberta to visit rural parts of northern Alberta, northern Saskatchewan, in order to see it firsthand. Thank you.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Last Friday, the GTA was shaken by a horrific attack. In Scarborough, a woman was murdered by a stranger with a hammer right on the sidewalk. The police have now charged the attacker with terrorism. Madam Speaker, these types of lone actor terror attacks are common in Europe and elsewhere, but not here. Can the Minister of Public Safety tell the House what the government is doing to make sure this does not happen again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
I want to offer my sympathies to the family of the victim and friends of the victim. While I cannot comment on a specific case, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that we trust law enforcement and prosecutors to apply the law to its full extent, and we've invested significant resources in law enforcement and intelligence agencies in this country over the last 4 years, and will continue to do so, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Okay. Madam Speaker, all workers pay into EI, so they should be able to access programs that meet their needs. But EI abandons seasonal workers every year, plunging them into weeks of poverty without any income. The National Council of Unemployed Workers was in Ottawa this week to demand that the pilot project for seasonal workers be made permanent and to be improved with an eligibility threshold that's lowered to 420 hours. Will the government meet that demand?
Minister of Employment, Workforce and Development.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are determined to make this project permanent for seasonal workers. We're aware of the challenges seasonal work entails, and that's why in 2018 we announced $230 million to support seasonal workers. We will continue to support seasonal workers and help them meet the challenges they face during the low season. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Madam Speaker, the work is seasonal, not the worker's needs. EI should be true insurance for families in the regions of Quebec that depend on seasonal industries. Eligibility criteria should also reflect the reality in those regions. Workers should qualify with 420 hours worked, and benefits should be based on their best 12 weeks of work. That would be an improvement to the pilot project. Will the government make its pilot project permanent and adjust it to people's real situations? The Honourable Minister.
And disabilities.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, we are determined to make this pilot project a permanent feature, and very soon, with the support of everyone here in the House, we hope to improve EI in this way to ensure that all seasonal workers get the benefits they need.
Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Middle Class Prosperity makes over $264,000 a year. Now, despite her riding being within walking distance of Parliament Hill, and despite making over 5 times the average Canadian, she's now asking for $2,000 more for our motor car allowance. Does the minister think a taxpayer-funded car allowance is the reality for middle-class Canadians, or is the reality another thing she cannot define?
The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I think perhaps we're in a situation where the middle class is a very wide phenomenon. There are lots of factors, whether you live in a big city or not, whether you have a 2-income family or a single-income family. What matters to Canadians is to have well-paid jobs, affordable housing, and secure and dignified retirement. That is why we are dealing with those issues, and we want to make sure that quality of life and affordability are available to the middle class.
It's Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
How do you become a judge in Canada? Well, under this Liberal government, you'd better be a Liberal. Donating sure helps too. This government's use of their political database Liberalist in judicial appointments directly contradicts the PMO line that, quote, all judicial appointments follow our new, open, independent, transparent, and merit-based process. Madam Speaker, they will always put their Liberal friends first. When will this Prime Minister stop rewarding Liberals and start appointing judges based on their merit?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I completely reject the premise of that question. Our government has put into place a process for selecting judges that is transparent and based on merit. Madam Speaker, judges are evaluated by judicial appointment committees across Canada. Those committees work hard. They are completely apolitical, and we then use the recommended and highly recommended candidates from those lists, Madam Speaker, on the basis of merit moving forward as the basis for our judicial appointments. Madam Speaker, we're proud of our record in this matter.
The honourable member for Stevenston, Richmond East.
Madam Speaker, Hong Kong's much-loved pro-democracy media mogul Jimmy Lai Ziying was just arrested for illegal assembly, along with many other very prominent political figures. The promised freedoms of Hong Kongers were being crushed, and this government must take a stand against these violations of human rights and international law. Hong Kong's basic law says its chief executive should be chosen by universal suffrage. Will this government, in keeping up with the basic law and the one country, two system agreement, finally express support for universal suffrage in Hong Kong?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question and his concern about Hong Kong, which is shared equally, I think, by every member in this House. It is an important issue. We are watching these developments closely, as we have been doing for many months. Human rights, freedom of expression, the freedom of the press, and the freedom of parliamentarians, elected politicians, need to be absolutely protected by our government. We are monitoring the situation. We have issued several statements. We are working bilaterally and multilaterally with partners. We continue to recognize the policy that there is one China with two governments and two systems. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Benjamin Bawicki is a young graphic artist from Scarborough who's taken a hobby and turned it into his business. His client list includes Raptors' Fred VanVleet, Lakers' Danny Green, and the number of Raptors. The 16-year-old baccalaureate student juggles a heavy study schedule while supporting his family. He's a fantastic example of the talent found in Scarborough. As we come to the end of Black History Month, would the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion update this House on her efforts to support the Black community in Canada?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood for his work in promoting diversity and inclusion in his community for over 20 years. This past month, Canadians have been celebrating the contributions of Black Canadians to the country that we love. Our government was proud to support Black History Month cultural and community events across Canada, and we've invested $44 million to support Black communities. We've also launched an anti-racism strategy to address anti-Black racism in Canada. You've heard us say it before, Madam Speaker, diversity is our strength. Black Canadians have added so much to our country, and celebrating Black history doesn't end in February, so I encourage everyone to champion Black Canadians like Benjamin throughout the entire year.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Madam Speaker, manufacturers in Southern Ontario are losing millions of dollars because of this Prime Minister's weak leadership. Montreal Gateway Terminal will be charging fees to manufacturers who can't move their product from ship to rail. Businesses in the GTA that rely on rail to deliver raw materials are having to pay huge fees for a problem this Prime Minister created. Will the Prime Minister compensate businesses that are being held hostage instead of appeasing radical protesters trying to derail cargo trains?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as an MP representing a manufacturing area like Oshawa, I understand the concerns his constituents are facing. We understand the impacts these blockades are having across the country on small businesses, on manufacturers and farmers. As the Prime Minister stated last week, it's time for the remaining blockades to come down. We're hopeful for a swift resolution on all remaining blockades to ensure that Canadians affected by these blockades can return to work. Thank you.
The honourable member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, respect for First Nations, Inuit and Métis people should underpin all of the discussions in this House. Further, it's also important that all Canadians are equal before the law and enjoy the same rights and freedoms. That being said, Madam Speaker, is it the Prime Minister's intent to also take firearms that are legally owned and bought in good faith away from our law-abiding Indigenous fellow Canadians who require these tools for their hunting and trapping rights?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for his comments with respect to respective Indigenous rights. And I want to start by ensuring that our government, to assure this House that our government is working to renew Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples, building one based on the affirmation of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership, which is why we will fully implement UNDRIP, and we're working collaboratively through constructive rights recognition tables with real co-development of policy as we speak. We're also working to ensure Canada is fully implementing Indigenous treaties, agreements, and other arrangements. And reconciliation, Madam Speaker, is not only an Indigenous issue, it is a Canadian imperative, one I hope that our...
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Madam Speaker, the National Revenue Minister brought in changes to the disability tax credit in 2017. The government said this was to improve accessibility. 3 years later, and constituents from my riding with lifelong mental disabilities are still waiting for access. They are still denied eligibility even after providing legitimate medical documentation. One family was even forced to go to tax court before the government conceded that mental health issues are eligible. When will the government stop discriminating against Canadians with mental health disabilities so they can receive this tax credit?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Madam Speaker, our government is taking steps to provide for long-term financial security and independence of people with disabilities. They were abandoned by the Conservatives, but our government restored the Advisory Council on People with Disabilities in 2017. We'd like to thank committee members for their hard work in providing CRA with recommendations to better support people with disabilities. Our government is working on implementing those recommendations. A report was published last year, and that will guide our future decisions, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When our government was first elected in 2015, we made one of the boldest, most ambitious commitments in Canadian history to cut in half the number of Canadians who live in poverty. I am so proud of the progress we've made so far. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development update the House on the various poverty reduction initiatives this government has taken in New Brunswick and all across Canada? Thank you.
Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, I'm very proud to announce that since 2015, our government has lifted more than 1 million Canadians out of poverty with investments we've made across the country. In fact, in New Brunswick alone, more than half of the children who were living in poverty when we took office have been lifted out of poverty, and 2/3 of the seniors have been lifted out of poverty as well. The results of the Canadian Income Survey are crystal clear. The investments we're making from coast to coast to coast are having a tremendous impact at alleviating poverty. We have more work to do, in particular in racialized and Indigenous communities. We will get that work done. We hope the rest of Parliament works with us to achieve these great results.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Since 2015, New Democrats have been pressing the Liberal government to create a path to safety in Canada for those whose lives are at risk because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. So far, all we have is a pilot program for just 50 SOGI refugees. Just 50, when Rainbow Refugee Organizations in Canada receive more than 1,000 requests for urgent assistance each month. Given the rising tide of violence against SOGI communities, will the government now recognize the grave threat to SOGI refugees and quickly implement a comprehensive and substantial program for those fleeing violence for who they love or who they are?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank the member opposite for this question. Like countries around the world, Canada has been seeing increasing number of our asylum seekers. With the investment in the budget in 2019, once again, we're leading the way in building an immigration system that is compassionate, irrespective of the rules of law. We are making necessary investment to allow the RRB to process 50,000 claims a year so that those who are found to need protection can start their life in Canada sooner and failed claims can be removed. As the NHC has said, the investment will allow us to uphold the highest standards in processing asylum claims. Thank you, Mr. President.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to raise the urgent matter of the climate emergency. Under the terms of the Paris Agreement, 2020 is the year in which Canada must improve our climate target. We agreed to do so in 2015. We are now delinquent in that the COP decision in Paris called for the new targets to be tabled by February 9th of this year. We need to table our new target. It needs to meet the IPCC imperative. Can the minister update this House on progress to deliver a Climate Accountability Act and a new target?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for not only her question but her work on this issue. We took a leadership role in 2015 when we signed the Paris Agreement and encouraged other countries to do the same. Through the record investments, plans and programs we've put in place, we've been able to, projections show, bring us to 75% of the way there. We know there's more work to do, which is why we're committing to not only meeting that target but exceeding it and putting in place in the coming months the expert panel that will show this House and all Canadians how we plan on being carbon neutral by 2050. It's something we need to do for all of us and for our children and grandchildren, Madam Speaker.
That's right, we sure do.
And that brings us to the end of question period on a Friday. The honourable member for Lethbridge has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. During question period, it was acknowledged by the members opposite that they made the claim that under their government that they have encouraged workforce participation among all people in Canada. Madam Speaker, that is not true. According to the library research...
I would just say that that is debate, and I would ask the member to maybe raise it during her debates in the House. Oh, it's a table of report? Okay. Well, I'll listen to the rest of the intervention then.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate that. So according to library research, workforce participation for women has actually dropped as a percentage since reaching its highest mark under the Harper government and the Conservative Party of Canada. I would like to table this document here in this House.
Okay, so I would just say that, you know, the honourable members should be asked, indicating exactly what they are wanting to table and ask for unanimous consent. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to table the report? No, there's no unanimous consent. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, in light of an apology from the member from Markham Unionville with respect to the premature disclosure of his bill, I too, in a like manner, would like to apologize unreservedly for the premature disclosure of the contents of Bill C7, Medical Assistance in Dying. I would like to state categorically that no one from the government was authorized to speak publicly on this bill prior to its introduction.
I appreciate the additional information. The comments from the Parliamentary Secretary certainly will be taking that into consideration as we bring the decision before the House. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
For Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaties which are entitled, first, amendments to Annex 3 of the Rotterdam Convention on the prior informed consent procedure for certain hazardous chemicals and pesticides in international trade. Secondly, Annex 7 to the Rotterdam Convention on the prior informed consent procedure for certain hazardous chemicals and pesticides in international trade, procedures and mechanisms on compliance with the Rotterdam Convention. Thirdly, amendments to Annexes 1 and 2 to the 1998 Protocol on Persistent Organic Pollutants to the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe Convention on Long-Range Transboundary Air Pollution. Fourthly, amendments to Annexes A and C to the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants. Sixthly, agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of Commonwealth of the Bahamas on air transport. And lastly, audio-visual co-production treaty between the Government of Canada and the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, wow.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by members, by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de...
Presenting reports from committees.
Member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Finance entitled Canadian Ideas Leveraging Our Strengths, which is really the pre-budget consultations report prior to the 2020 budget as ordered by this House. I first want to thank, Madam Speaker, members of all parties who presented witnesses, who worked strenuously to get this report prepared in time. The report contains some 92 recommendations, and I think it shows that a minority parliament can work with all parties working together. I also want to thank those who presented submissions prior to the August 2019 deadline, and also those who appeared as witnesses in February presenting their ideas. I also want to thank the clerk, David Gagnon, and the analysts with the Library of Parliament who worked long hours and extra hours, Andrew Barton, Brett Capwell, Michael Lampart-Rasheen, and Sylvain Fleury for all the work that they did. And finally, Madam Speaker, a point that is beyond the recommendations itself. I would actually refer Canadians to go to Appendix A, which includes the many proposals put forward by organizations and individuals across Canada and is food for thought for future discussions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Carleton.
The honourable member for Carleton has a dissenting report to present. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I should start by thanking the clerks, the analysts, and all of the other staff of the House of Commons, including our staff who helped us prepare this report and the dissenting report.
Not support the majority report.
The majority report gives license to the government to continue piling up unsustainable debt, continue blocking key private sector investments that would create opportunity and jobs for our people, continue to overtax our workers and entrepreneurs. As an alternative, our dissenting report provides a way forward to unleash the power of free enterprise so anyone who works hard can achieve their dreams. Our proposal puts forward a pay-as-you-go model, whereby any government wishing to increase spending beyond what is already budgeted would have to reduce spending by an equal amount somewhere else, thus containing the size and cost of government. It requires government, or we would require government to reduce 2 regulations for every new regulation they institute. We propose also to create a trust savings vehicle so that oil and gas enterprises can set aside dollars for the future decommissioning and environmental remediation of their sites, so we don't end up with thousands of untreated and unremediated oil and gas wells in the future. We have in this dissenting report real proposals to get the government to live within its means, leave more in people's pockets, and let them get ahead. Our purpose, again, is to unleash the incredible and unmatched power of the free enterprise system so anyone who works hard can achieve their dreams. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First readings of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions. Presenting petitions.
For Courtney Alberni.
Honour to table a petition on behalf of residents that live along the Salish Sea. Madam Speaker, the importance of this petition and the timing of this petition is on the eve of the opening of the herring roe fishery in the Salish Sea, and residents are deeply concerned because they know that Pacific herring, and they cite this, is the basis of the food web that supports Pacific wild salmon, killer and humpback whales, cod, halibut, seabirds, and other independent species on the Pacific coast. Madam Speaker, they cite that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans announced the Pacific herring population has dropped by approximately 1/3 from 2016 to 2019. And we know, Madam Speaker, that the department recommended to the minister to cut the herring catch in the Salish Sea from 20 to 10% and deemed it a high-risk fishery. They're calling on the government to suspend the herring fishery till a whole of ecosystem plan is developed and to fairly compensate local fishers for any economic losses and ensure that decisions are made with the full participation of First Nations and local communities.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition today in support of Bill S-204, combating forced organ harvesting and trafficking.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition today that has been brought forward by a number of concerned Canadians, and unfortunately with the new formatting, it's not possible to see from what riding these petitioners reside. But the petition calls for the Government of Canada to pay attention to the experience in other countries, particularly Portugal, where incarceration of people suffering from drug and addiction problems has been ended with instead effective rehabilitation programs to ensure that people suffering from drug dependency are able to again participate in a meaningful way in society. So they're asking for an end of incarceration and a commitment to treatment programs.
Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Order on the
Government orders, business of supply.
on an opposition motion on additional allotted days in the supply period, standing in the name of Ms. Bergen.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport has had 1 minute left for questions and comments. So we have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the Parliamentary Secretary. You know, he mentioned net zero in his speech, and I thought that about describes the contributions that he made to the debate. Because we face a situation where the government is attacking the rights and privileges of parliamentarians. And we have tried to stand up against that. We've tried to, at certain times, extend hours. And the member complains about extending hours, and then he complains about reducing hours. Wildly inconsistent and inaccurate comments from the member. I wonder if he just wants to take the opportunity to apologize for the speech he gave.
A brief answer from the Minister of the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Transport.
Through you, Madam Speaker, sick burn, dude. What the member is talking about is the 30 hours the opposition said that members had to sit here, to be away from their families, be away from their constituents. That is a serious matter, and to make light of it, Madam Speaker, is ridiculous. Let's get to work. I know they don't think Friday's an important day, but we're ready to get to work and ready to pass legislation like the new NAFTA.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking my honourable colleague from Portage Lisgar for her remarks earlier on. And I'd like to begin by saying that there is currently a minority government, which means, unfortunately, but objectively, which means that it's not entirely supported by the House of Commons. And this state of affairs should be evident in how it ends up working with the opposition. So I'd like to speak about the Government House Leader's mandate letter. The first point of that letter includes the following. He's asked to have a leadership team in the House that will foster collaboration in the context of a minority government and setting the priority on transparency and communication with Canadians on House proceedings. Now, I'm going to revisit this, and I'm going to be sharing my time with my colleague from Saint-Jean in order to do this. To begin with, again in reference to this mandate letter, there's the word leadership. What is leadership? Well, leadership means leading. And in order to lead, there has to be a place to lead, there have to be goals to reach, and a destination to reach. Now, obviously, in the context of a minority government, you get there by collaborating. So you have to have a place, you have to listen, you have to collaborate, and you also need to be able to inspire people around you if you're going to play a leadership role. You have to be a model, you have to be a source of leadership, you have to set the example. The leader has to be someone you want to follow. That's what positive leadership is, and you have to be able to trust in that leader. Leadership depends on trust. These are all conditions, basically, in order to be able to foster a collaborative approach as set out in the mandate letter. Now, collaborating doesn't happen on its own. It doesn't happen in a vacuum. You have to have people to collaborate with. And what that means is providing a shared space. And a common space means reaching out to others. It doesn't mean staying in your corner of the House of Commons. It means listening to the other side. For example, on an opposition day, you have to be able to create connections and links, and that also involves some risk. In fact, taking a risk is the only way of being able to weave ties with others. It's the only way to engage in collaboration. And you see where I'm going now. We need leadership. We need collaboration. We need to be effective in our work. In order to be able to be efficient and effective, well, you need respect and you need consistency. Several times in this House and elsewhere, I've heard that the government leader wanted to collaborate in this House. And that would extend to everything set out in the mandate letter. However, here we have an opposition day today that was granted on a Friday. For me, that displays a lack of respect, and it is not an example of collaboration. It's also not an example of trust. You know, trust, respect, collaboration, and leadership has to be consistent. You can't say one thing on one day and the opposite on another. There are two other things that I think are important as a member of Parliament. As a member of Parliament, I am accountable to my constituents, and therefore transparency is important to me. I want my constituents to be able to know what is happening in this House. Many remarks are made in this House on the part of the government that's in power, on the part of the opposition. And one can't muzzle what is said in the House. One can't just allow one version of the facts to be given. One has to be able to listen to all speeches, all remarks in a debate. A debate doesn't mean dictating what is said and what is heard. It means providing the space for ideological diversity, for diversity in ideas and in suggestions. So all speeches have to be heard. The government can't just say what it's going to do and how it's going to do it. There has to be a space for others to do that. I referred to the diversity of ideas. What we're talking about basically is a kind of a dialectical debate. You have to be able to listen to opposite ideas. That's what dialectics are. That's when you listen to something and to its opposite. You provide the space for both of those. And that's our job, basically, is to be able to find compromises within those opposite ideas. We owe that to our constituents. So I said, as a member, transparency is important to me. I believe in our accountability. I believe that it's important to be accountable to voters, and I think we're responsible, all of us, for the decisions that we make in this House. Canadians and Quebecers have to be aware of what's happening in this House, and they have to be able to have access to all remarks and all ideas so that they themselves can make up their minds about what's happening and about what the best course of action is to take, because we work for them. Now, in terms of communication, well, as I was saying, people have to be aware of what's happening in this House. I just spoke to that. Information is important. When we have debates in this House, we provide information to our voters so that they also can make up their own minds about what the best course of action is to take. And that's at the heart of democracy. It's even a condition of democracy. So that's a reason for having opposition days. That really is fertile ground for all of us, for ideas and for our constituents to be able to hear those ideas. So in conclusion, I would say that, as I said earlier, I spoke about the mandate letter for the House Leader here in the House, and I think I'm going to repeat it because it's important. So the House Leader is supposed to lead a team in the House in order to have a collaborative and efficient approach in a minority parliament by putting the priority on transparency and communication with Canadians on House proceedings. So I've read this, I've seen it defined, and it leads me to put out a couple of questions to the House Leader. I would ask if he thinks that by setting an opposition day on a Friday, he has actually lived up to what's in his mandate later. That is to say, a collaborative, efficient, transparent, and approach that favors and fosters communication as well. I would appreciate having an answer to that, because today I think it's the opposition that's taking a leadership role in this House.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, and I thank the member's positive speech. There was a debate, on getting around the standing orders in the last Parliament, and I'd just like to make a couple of quotes from. The Bloc was not involved in this, but a couple of quotes. March 21st, there was an amendment put forward that would require that all parties agree to any changes made to the standing orders. That's what's been done in the past. Then it goes on later. That's what's been done in the proper functioning way of going about this. And the person that said that was the member for Perth Wellington from the Conservatives. And from the NDP on the same day in the debate, the only way to proceed on major changes to standing orders is through all-party agreement. And those cases were passionately made by those two parties during that debate at length, which went several months, if I remember correctly. So I wonder what the member thinks about those two parties changing their view on that.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, I was talking about leadership. A leadership role is being played. The House of Commons obviously is sovereign. However, in the spirit of leadership and transparency and accountability, I think it's important to be able to rise above our entrenched positions and reach out to the other in order to see if there's something that could be done in the spirit of improvement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened with great interest to the member from Manicouagan's speech. I think she made a tremendously good argument for a better way of proceeding in this Parliament. I know that she joined us here in 2015, and I wonder whether she shares my view that the basic problem here is that the Liberal government and caucus have really failed to understand what it means to work together with other people in minority parliament. They still seem to be acting as if they had a majority. They don't seem to recognize the results of the last election and that necessity at a very basic level to work with others in this House.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Obviously, that is what I'm seeing. I don't necessarily see the will to work collaboratively. We've seen this in the remarks that have been made by the government, in which, to a certain extent, the opposition is being accused of wanting opposition days, as if that's an opportunity to obstruct the House's proceedings. If I look at this objectively, I would say that that does not acknowledge the important work of the opposition. That's a way of arrogantly approaching the opposition, which isn't a way for any government to act. Actually, no government should be arrogant, but especially not in a minority government. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Moncton Riverview. Yep. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. I think Canadians sent us a pretty clear message in 2019 with a minority government. What it means that Canadians want parties to work closely in order to make their lives easier. I'm certain that my colleague knows that under the parliamentary calendar, there is time for all parties to debate their priorities. And I know what the priorities in my region are. They are NAFTA, for example, job creation. And I would think that in her region, her constituents do not necessarily think that this motion is a priority. So we could be debating a good bill today that improves the lives of Canadians. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. However, I see 2 points that I should answer to in her question. First, she makes the point that there are already opposition days. Yes, these opposition days exist. The government knows they exist. We know they exist. However, the government should admit that a Friday is not necessarily beneficial for an opposition day. We want to be able to debate, but we want the maximum amount of time possible for debate. We have a lot to say. And that leads me to my second question. Yes, there are constituents in her riding and mine who obviously have similar needs, but it doesn't prevent that work from happening. We still continue with work in the House. However, for example, take our opposition day where we recommended 50 weeks for EI and everyone voted in favor. So I don't think that was a waste of time to stand up for people who are dealing with illness. I don't think it's a waste of time when you want to improve a program for people, a program that's unfair. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to start out by giving you two quotes. One comes from the 23rd of October, that is to say, the day after the elections. And it was the Prime Minister who said at the time, I think it's important to realize that Canadians are asking us to work better together as parliamentarians, and I commit to doing so. Secondly, in December 2019, in a statement in the House from the honourable member for Honoré Mercier and the leader of the House, the government in the House, he said, our government has being watched by Canadians. Canadians have sent us a very clear message. They did so on October 21st, and that is they want us to cooperate. They want us to move forward together on our common concerns. As an opposition member, it's my impression that the government is losing sight of what exactly a political adversary is, especially in a minority context, adversary rather. In a minority government, an adversary can also become an ally. And I don't think the government has fully understood the message that the public sent it. That is to say that it must work with us, because it is through collaboration on the part of the whole House that we will be able to move issues forward. I think, on the other hand, the opposition members have understood the importance of working together and of cooperating. And we've seen that on opposition days. Allow me to go back to a few issues that were raised on opposition days since the beginning of Parliament, which wasn't all that long ago. We started sitting at the beginning of December, and yet several important issues have been raised on opposition days. The first was establishing a Chinese-Canadian committee. What we thought was that it would be important to take a good look at diplomatic issues that have taken place over the past several years, and that these diplomatic issues that have occurred with China should not happen again. And so on that opposition day, we were able to remind the government that it was on notice that it had to behave appropriately and that the entire House of Commons is accountable to the Canadians, and therefore we have to be transparent. We were reminding the government that we are there, we are watching them, and that we wanted to make sure that there were good foreign diplomatic relations. And if the government had been a majority government, we may not have had to do that. There was another opposition day where the issue of the Investing in Canada plan. So parliamentarians had heard that the PBO had said that Budget 2018 had given incomplete information on its $186 million infrastructure plan. So the Conservatives took this up, and they wanted to basically give more teeth to the PBO's account and to be able to audit this infrastructure plan, the Investing in Canada plan, and that there be a report back to the House. So once again, the opposition decided to play the role of watchdog for what's happening in the House, and the opposition really did understand the importance of its role and the importance of collaborating, because we did vote together on that. The third issue that was raised on an opposition day was dealt with instructions to the Public Safety Committee. At the time, we were talking about the death of Marilyn Lévesque. And so members of Parliament decided to look at this issue together. It was an opposition day, and it was the Conservatives who decided to raise this important issue so that we could take a closer look at the training of members of the parole board. And over the course of the day, we pointed out that we didn't necessarily agree entirely with the wording of the motion. But the Bloc decided to support it nonetheless, and we were able to use that full opposition day in order to hold the debate and look at this in greater depth and to look at what was really important to us. So even though we didn't necessarily feel that the motion was perfect, we did feel that it was important to support the Conservative motion. We had a full day for debate, and that meant that we didn't have to leave any stone unturned because we were able to take a closer look at this, and we wanted our constituents to understand clearly what this issue was all about.
And the last thing I'd like to mention, and I couldn't neglect to mention this at all, and that is the special benefits, sickness benefits, the special EI sickness benefits. This is a matter of compassion. This affects people in all of our ridings. We highlighted the unfairness between laid-off workers and workers who have to take leave because they have a serious illness. The Bloc, the NDP, and the Conservatives together asked the government to bring the eligibility criterion down to bring the benefit up to a 50-week benefit period so that there's no discrepancy, to do away with that discrepancy between laid-off workers and sick workers. So that was a demonstration of good cooperation among the opposition parties. So putting an opposition day for the Conservatives on a Friday clearly shows an intent to punish the Conservatives. And the government might not realize this, but in so doing, they're punishing all Canadians. They're withdrawing the ability for ideas to come to the surface, ideas from across the board, ideas that are of concern to the entire population of Canada, an opportunity for different ideas to be debated here. But, Madam Speaker, I think that's the message we need to take from this week. It's never too late to do the right thing. Given the railway crisis, the Bloc proposed from the outset of the crisis, our proposals appear finally to be being implemented by this government. And finally, this may lead to a way out of the crisis. So my submission to the government is, once again, that it's not too late to do the right thing. There was some expressions of good intentions at the beginning of this parliament, an idea of working together, and it seems that that's being lost sight of a little bit, but it's not too late to get back on track and to work together cooperatively among all parties. And if misunderstandings are already setting in after only a couple or a few months of this parliament, if this attitude is starting to set in, if there's going to be a sword of Damocles hanging over our heads, well then I hate to think what things could get like in short order. And I think by giving us more opposition days, that would give us an opportunity to discuss other issues of concern to the other parties. But if it's going to become procedural battling all the way, I'm afraid that we're just going to lose more and more valuable time here in the House. And if we get into this kind of squabbling, if it's going to be tit for tat, well, eventually the blows are going to get tougher, and it's going to be poking each other in the eye, and we'll all be blind in the end. So that's why the Bloc commends the Conservatives on this motion. It seems to be a measured response to what has been happening. It gets a message across with minimal collateral damage, and I think it's a way for us to remind the government of something that they said but appear not to have understood, and that is that they are in the minority. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Thank you, and I certainly appreciate my colleagues' comments in terms of it being a measured response, and hopefully we can move forward in a more positive way after this. I do want to point out for those that might be watching, when you have a day like today where it's an opposition day, you only get 4 people doing short speeches. You can imagine when you have 120 members, or certainly the Bloc has a significant caucus. When you have something that's important that you want to talk to, you treasure those days. And I would ask her to maybe talk about how it's important to have the opportunity for our colleagues to talk to the issues that are so important to us.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I mentioned it briefly in my speech, but I'll repeat. That's the whole importance of opposition days, especially the importance of having as much time as possible available so that we can leave no stone unturned and hear everyone's point of view, because we're talking about opposition days here, and even in the context of this conversation, various ideas are surfacing. Everyone has a different take on this, and the more people who get the chance to speak, the more we can be sure that we've fully exhausted all the opinions that are out there on any given topic.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think communications is really, really important when we talk about what takes place on the floor of the House of Commons. And, some might try to give the impression, a false impression, of punishment in regards to why it is that this matter is before us today. And I think that that's really a false impression. And the reason why is yesterday I actually stood, Madam Speaker, right here, and I asked if, in fact, we would be able to debate the free trade agreement between Canada, United States, and Mexico. I stood here, asked to have that debate for today, and had everyone agreed, that's what we would have been debating today. We wouldn't be debating the opposition day motion. So how do you figure it's punishment when I just provided that particular comment?
The Parliamentary Secretary has been here long enough to know that he's to address all questions and comments to the Chair.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Actually, there's a parliamentary tradition whereby opposition days are not granted on Wednesdays and Fridays to begin with, and I'm pretty sure my colleagues are aware of that. And no other reason was given for why this Conservative opposition day was on a Friday. So it seems to me that an explanation should have been given if it wasn't punishment. If there was some sort of emergency, maybe the Conservatives would have accepted a Friday for their opposition day. So the absence of a tangible, plausible explanation leaves me no other choice but then to conclude that this is a type of punishment. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. A brief question, please. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Saint Jean for her speech. I found it really good. Over the past 4 years, this government has systematically tried to muzzle the opposition. Now they're learning today that they're a minority government. They didn't even get the most votes last election. And I'd like to ask my colleague if she thinks the government realizes what position it's in. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. I'd like to thank my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie for this opportunity to hammer home the point that this government doesn't seem to realize what situation it's in. And to make it clear, I'm talking about when there's a minority government, there might be a tendency to think that the government can do whatever it likes, and that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is everyone here in the House should understand that regardless of whether it's a minority or a minority, everybody should be accommodated. We have to agree to disagree. But everyone, regardless of the type of government, should have an opportunity. We have to work together. We have to have the opportunity to take the floor. It should be a place where intelligent debate reigns.
St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to say how pleased I am to have an opportunity to speak in this debate. And I will say at the outset that I'm sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. And I'm very happy to do so because I think he has a significant contribution to make to this debate, as has been noticed in the past. Madam Speaker, now we have Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, welcome to the chair. As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to join in this debate because I think it's an important one. It's an opportunity to add 3 more opposition debate days to the calendar. Now, that may be technical and changing the statutory rules and the instruments of the House and the standing orders, but it's an addition that I think is very valid and welcome in this minority parliament, and there's a special reason for that. I won't go into the reasons why the Conservatives were prompted to do this in this particular incident, but I will say that we're dealing with a government who is acting in a manner that is not in keeping with the expectations of Canadians to cooperate with other parties to deliver a good government. And there's many examples of that, Mr. Speaker, but I'll go into some of the very valid and excellent motions that were brought in opposition days by our party over the last number of years that were extremely important to the future of the country and to the people of Canada. And I hope that those listening will agree that what happened in the last election was that no party was given a majority. We had 4 years of Liberal majority, and people said they didn't want that. What they wanted was they wanted the parties to work together to deliver good government. Now, what we're getting from this government is the only agenda that matters is theirs. That's all they want to do. They want to run the House as if they had a majority, and they're not really prepared to listen to what the opposition has to say. So here's an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, for the Liberals to join and agree that we need to hear more from the opposition. You might ask the opposition to be more constructive sometimes, but the opposition is there to provide an alternative and to hold the government to account as well. But we have tried over many years, and including in this Parliament, to provide constructive opposition day motions. And the first example is the most recent example, which occurred on February 26th this week. So the House calling on the government to change its proposed tax cuts by targeting benefits to those families earning less than $90,000 a year, so that the savings could be used to add dental care program for those who don't have a dental program. Now, that was an important debate. The government didn't listen to it, but that's their prerogative. Canadians were able to listen to the proposal which said that the $6.85 billion per year that this government proposes to spend on a so-called middle-class tax cut, of which at least $1.6 billion is going to those who are making in excess of $90,000 a year, who will get a $340 break on their taxes, and the people who make less than $15,000 will save $1. That's the middle-class tax cut for them. And we said take the top part of that $1.6 billion, and use a portion of it, not even all of it, to ensure that those who don't have dental care plans, like every member in this House have, would get an opportunity to have access to dental care. That's a very important motion, Mr. Speaker, a very important provision, a very important proposal to compromise with the government's aim, stated aim, to have what they call a middle-class tax cut. So, Mr. Speaker, that's only one example, but many, and these are repeated time and again by a review at NDP motions in the past, whether it be in May of 2019, a motion by our leader, the member for Burnaby, a declaration of an environment and climate emergency. last May that was, Mr. Speaker. We have considerable motions over the last number of years on the importance of climate and the concern about climate change. A motion in February of last year to addressing Canada's housing crisis, significant and still an issue, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and one that the government is struggling to have credibility on. But it keeps it on the table, Mr. Speaker, and it gives an opportunity for the government to see where to go if they want to have cooperation in this House, which is what Canadians want. In November of the previous year, service standards for Canadian veterans. Now, we still haven't seen the results of that, but it was brought to this House by an Opposition Day motion, a full day to debate the importance of veterans getting the services that they need, getting the attention that they need, getting beyond this continuous and long-standing wait list which is depriving veterans of the services that they need and that they're entitled to. And it's still going on, Madam Speaker. It's still going on, regardless of the fact that this was brought in forth in a majority government. Now, maybe in a minority government, with more opposition days, these issues will actually get dealt with, because the government will be told by parliamentarians elected by all Canadians what the priorities are. And this is certainly a big priority for me and for our party and for the people of my province and the country indeed, who have support for veterans as an important issue on their minds. Other issues that are of world importance, such as our debate in June of 2017 on nuclear disarmament. What could be more important, Mr. Speaker, in terms of making the world a safer place for our children and the future than moving forward on the notion of nuclear disarmament in a world that's getting a little bit more uncertain as time goes on. And we have a bill that we introduced recently. Of course, that was a bill on a universal pharmacare program. But that was debated in this House in October of 2017, thanks to the New Democratic Party. And we now have legislation before the House. It's a matter that's now at least got the attention of Liberals, but I don't see that any sign yet that we're going to have a public system that Canadians want, similar to that's what's contained in the Canada Health Act. You know, the issues that keep coming back again and again, sometimes were brought to this House by the New Democrats, not necessarily for the first time, but in a forceful and positive way, looking for solutions. A care for First Nations children, bought by the member from Timmins in November of 2016. I could go on, Madam Speaker, but I'll go back to just one issue that comes up again and again, and we're looking at the motions brought by the New Democratic Party. As issues of climate change. And we can go back to as far as February of 2007, a motion on the Kyoto Protocol, which the previous government got rid of. Again, in 2007, climate change action plan brought forward by the former leader, Jack Layton, of the New Democratic Party. And that's repeated. That's more than 12 years ago. So climate change action is something that's been on the NDP agenda for more than a decade, for a dozen years, Madam Chair. One that has now reached a crisis point. We recognized that crisis many, many years ago. And the government, at least now, is listening. But are we there in terms of standards that are enforceable? Where is the plan? Where are the timetables? Where is the reporting back to the House? These issues are still there, but they were brought to this House by Opposition Day motions, a very important one. One other extremely important, I have 1 minute left, but I'm happy to devote it to a motion brought by my former colleague, Romeo Saganash, on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, what's known as UNDRIP. Extremely important resolution from the United Nations, adopted, supported by the Government of Canada, but not yet brought into force. With legislation adopted by the Government of British Columbia, extremely important in terms of what we're dealing with with Wetaskiwin and in British Columbia today. And I will end there, Madam Speaker, but just to show how important these Oppo Day motions are for Canadians and for this House of Parliament. We should have more of them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member for St. John East for raising those points. And I think that what he's laid out is a list of activities and initiatives that have been identified by the people who elected him and his NDP colleagues to be here as important. And what we can all agree on in this place is that Canadians elected 338 members to do the very best for all Canadians. Now, while we don't agree necessarily on all of the ways to get there in which he has described that the NDP would like to make a better Canada, we do want a better Canada. But I do think that we can agree that Canadians, in electing a minority government, we're looking for more collaboration in this House amongst all parties and expect debate on issues not just led by the government, but by members of all parties. And I'd just like to hear his comments on that, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. And I absolutely agree that what Canadians did and his party received more votes than the Liberal Party. So clearly there's a division amongst the Canadian people as to what kind of government they want and who they want to lead it. And they've decided that there should be a minority parliament with representation from 4 or 5 parties in this House. And we are being asked by them, and that was the mantra from the date of the election, that Canadians want these parties to work together. We haven't seen a lot of evidence of it to date, Madam Speaker. I'm hoping that with the perhaps the Liberals will support this resolution and give an indication that they do want to work together, and maybe we'll have less partisan debates and more cooperation and collaboration.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member's always thoughtful speech, and he's welcome to criticize the government. Hopefully he'd do it in the proper way, though. I mentioned earlier how the NDP in a debate in 2017 passionately opposed getting around the standing orders like this, and I gave a quote, another quote from the member for Hamilton Centre. He talked about Bob Kilgore's chair of the report on the Special Committee on Modernization, and he said the committee's order of reference, like that of the predecessor, required that any report be adopted by unanimous agreement of all the members. He went on, parliamentary reform is best achieved when there is consensus and all-party agreement, and that the NDP passionately spoke for, that was many weeks debate against the changes of standing order like this without any unanimous support. Does the member agree that some of his members might vote for this motion and go against the principles that they so strongly stated during that debate, which I don't think the member was here for?
Member for St. John's East.
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure it's important to refer back to a debate that took place in a majority of Parliament when we're talking about a motion before the House to adapt to the minority situation that we have now, where we need mechanisms in order to be able to demonstrate the kind of cooperation that's required to make it clear what the important issues are, and hopefully seek if not unanimous consent, a majority consent in this House, as we did, for example, in establishing the Canada-China Committee just a few weeks ago.
The honourable member for Shefford, a brief question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm new to this House. I came here with a clear desire to work together and cooperate to move forward in the best interest of Canadians. So I'd like to wonder if my colleague has any advice so that I won't lose that political idealism.
Well, that's a very important question, and I thank the honourable member for it. I will tell her that I was elected for the first time to this House in 1987, and I'm back again. And I have to tell her that I have not lost my political idealism, and I'm here because I'm here for the same reason now that I was here in 1987, and that was to build on the ideas of creating a better world, and that's why I debated on the dental care bill the other day, and I was very disappointed that her and her colleagues chose not to support it for some other reason. But I think the principle they agreed with, that everyone should have dental care, but we should be finding reasons to support these things and finding solutions as opposed to reasons not to vote for something. And that way you will maintain your idealism, and hopefully you will be back here to talk about that in the future.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm going to take this opportunity to express my profound indignation toward the sticker that was produced by Excite Energy Services. I think this sticker shows very clearly, it depicts very clearly Greta Thunberg, who is being sexually assaulted. And I think that this is just totally unacceptable and probably deserves an investigation. You know, there are limits when it comes to disagreeing with people. This sticker very clearly incites people to sexual assault. And I would call on the government and on all parliamentarians in this House to speak out very loudly and clearly against this type of behavior. So I'll get back to the motion that's before us today, Madam Speaker. I think this is a very important motion. And I want to thank my colleagues from the official opposition for having tabled it. It reminds us what parliamentarians here in this House are supposed to do on behalf of the constituents who elected them. We are supposed to table bills, debate bills, and to build, as my colleague said, a fairer society and a better world. The Liberals said over and over in 2015 that they were going to do politics differently, that they were going to respect the work of parliamentarians, that they wanted to respect the institution that is the House of Commons. But what we've seen, Madam Speaker, is that this Liberal government has imposed more gag orders than the Stephen Harper government. So, you know, they're saying one thing and doing another. And that arrogance has its limits, of course. We saw what the limit was last October when Canadians gave these parliamentarians, gave us a mandate to move forward on important issues. Yes, the Liberals were re-elected, but with fewer votes than the official opposition. And now they're going to have to work together with other parties in this House to find solutions. I think that today, perhaps for the second time in this Parliament, we are trying to teach the government humility. We're trying to tell them you can't do everything you want in this House. You need to respect parliamentarians and the institution. It's important to understand what these opposition days do. They give a voice to political parties which legitimately represent the popular will and the mandate of opposition voters. These are days that allow us to bring forward subjects for debate, subjects that maybe the government doesn't want to debate, but that are nonetheless important for Canadians. And that does move the debate forward, because that way we're not only talking about the government's agenda, we're bringing in more diversity and a range of subjects that better reflect the interests and concerns of citizens. So I'll give you some recent and not so recent examples of motions that were brought forward by the NDP that really have to do with very essential subjects. There was one this month. My colleague, the member for New Westminster Burnaby, suggested having proper dental care services and dental insurance. So we laid out how we could implement that without incurring additional costs. Now, the Liberals set up a system that benefits essentially the wealthiest in our society. They set up a tax cut where lower income people would get peanuts. The biggest possible rebate that you could get under the plan was $600. And who would have access to those $600? Well, anyone earning more than $143,000 a year. That's their plan. I don't think that those people are the people who need it the most, when there are people living in poverty and who are having a hard time making ends meet. So what we're saying at the NDP is that for anyone earning more than $80,000 a year would no longer have access to rebates. They would only have access up to $80,000. Then we take that money that we saved and invest it in a new social program that would allow everyone to receive subsidized dental care. That would allow us to save $1.6 billion, and that would allow us to provide dental care to 4.3 million Canadians who can't afford to go to the dentist. And that, Madam Speaker, is the type of position that a party can bring forward, an opposition party can bring forward, and then see what the other parties think. So that's what opposition days are for. And I'm glad that we can actually debate the opportunity of having more opposition days in this House so that we can bring in more differing points of view that don't necessarily reflect the priorities of the government of the day. Now, my same colleague from BC back in June brought forward a motion saying that Canadians, Quebecers, pay some of the highest telecommunications rates in the world. Really, if you look at all OECD countries, Canada is the one with the highest phone rates. And we set up a mechanism that would allow people to have access to internet and cell phone services that are actually affordable. Measures that would actually save people money. Because the profit margins of these big telecom companies is just outrageous in Canada. Of course, that's not a subject that the government necessarily wants to talk about, but we brought the issue forward. We started a discussion, and we made everyone take a position and vote on that issue. Because being accountable to people and explaining to them why they voted for something or not is important. The opposition motion today is really great because it allows us to talk about some of those examples. The NDP leader, the member for Burnaby South, also tabled a motion in May concerning the climate emergency. Well, that's an issue that we are going to need to talk about a lot because the Liberal government is not proving able to meet even the targets set by the previous Conservative government. And this is in a context where the IPCC is telling us that we only have a few years to drastically reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And not only are we not going to meet the Conservative targets, but year after year, the Environment Commissioner has been saying we're actually getting farther away from being able to meet those targets. In 2018, we missed the targets. In 2019, we're missing them by over 79 megatons. The government's been dragging its feet until it finally set a price on pollution. And on top of that, they go ahead and buy the Trans Mountain Pipeline with taxpayer money, public money. This project makes no sense from an environmental point of view, and it makes no sense from an economic point of view either. Now today, as the costs associated with TMX are ballooning, I mean, it cost $4.5 billion to buy that old pipeline, and now it's going to cost another $7.4 billion to expand it, to twin the pipeline. But now that $7.4 billion has become $12 billion. And the Liberal government won't tell us how far those costs could go. Is there a limit? Will we ever stop wasting our money on this pipeline with no future? Not only is this energy of the past, but it's going to be abandoned by world markets. So we could have taken all of that money and helped Western provinces, including Alberta, have a better energy transition and invested massively in renewable energies. There's enormous potential for solar and wind power in Alberta that is not being harnessed. We could have used that money to help make that transition. So that's what opposition motion days like this are for, and that's why we should have more opposition days.
Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since we're working in a minority government, it's even more important to ensure the voices of those of us that are in opposition are brought forth. And it's important to hold the government to account and advocate for what's important to our communities. Now, has the member opposite seen how already Opposition Day motions have functioned well in this Parliament, how they've been collaborative, even if we don't always agree, and how we need more of these to ensure that voices of everyone are heard?
Good question.
The honourable member. Thanks, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. Indeed, I could go on with more examples because there are a lot of subjects that we could raise in this House that would allow us to better represent our constituents. I have an NDP colleague from Winnipeg who tabled a motion on the influence of big corporations over the government. That's obviously something governments don't want to talk about. We also had a member from Saskatchewan who tabled a motion about the housing crisis. One of my colleagues from BC tabled a motion about minimal standards, minimal service standards for veterans in this country. And we managed to find a consensus in this House on that very important issue. My colleague from Timmins also tabled a motion about apologies from the Pope about the residential school system.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Speaker, and thank the member for speech. I always enjoy that member's speeches, actually. But I don't think it will be lost on the media that sat in for the many weeks of discussion on the changing standing orders, where the Conservatives and the NDP passionately voted and spoke against doing it without consensus of all parties. And now in a few hours they want to go totally against that. I've already given a couple of quotes from the NDP. I'll give one from the morning of March 21st, 2017, the member from Hamilton Centre at Proc. Anything you might call a comprehensive or systematic review of the standing orders. That report, as other reports have told us, was always done with all party support. So I'm very interested on Monday to see which NDP members vote against their principles and vote for this motion.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I want to thank my colleague for his question. That's a similar question that's been asked earlier. So I just want to ask him if, I think that if everybody agreed with the member from Yukon, cooperation would be easier in this House. But we need to keep things in context. We need to be able to see what's happening. And what we've seen today is that I think we're restoring a balance that's very necessary in a minority parliament. The government has a lot of means of moving forward in the way that it wants. It can extend debate until midnight. It can use gag orders. It used those measures many times in recent years. But now this is a measure that allows us to bring forward subjects that are important. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. He talked about the desire to do politics differently. That often requires a constructive and positive attitude. And I'd like to know if he has any suggestions about what we can do in this House, in this minority context, to do that. Of course, we were both elected in this minority parliament. And I'm wondering what we can do to help the government work more cooperatively. The honourable member, about 1 minute for reply. Thank you. Well, I think we all have an opportunity here to improve things, to have much more reasoned and healthy debate in this House. And I think that we will have the opportunity to table amendments and maybe to find compromises between the different parties. But I would also mention something that I care about a lot, which is that if we had a proportional voting system, this dialogue between the parties would certainly be facilitated, and I think our democracy would be healthier. And if we do have a majority government later, maybe an NDP majority government, I do hope we will maintain those habits.
Reprise de débat. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Canada needs more democracy. Or better yet, Canada needs better democracy. The frustrations and opposition over this government's decisions and their policies can be seen in the streets, on the rails, and online. But this Prime Minister is not getting the message. Our country needs more debate and more opposition days if Canada will be saved. Our economy, our large sectors of our job creators are on their knees. Canada is tearing itself apart. I love our country, but I don't think the Liberals love my province or my people. Liberals should be wanting to be entering into more debates on how we can fix Canada. Our country is at a crossroads. This week, we have witnessed massive nation-building projects shut down. This government is ignoring the plea for help and support from like the 20 elected band chiefs along the Coastal GasLink, or the 14 reserves that are supporting the Teck mine. Mr. Speaker, these are projects that support good-paying jobs, that are environmentally friendly, that can help Canada grow and get us off our knees, and this government is ignoring them. The Liberal government instead is listening to the pollsters, the UN, and the elites. This Liberal government needs to start listening to the majority of MPs that were sent here with an agenda that is different than theirs. Before being elected federally by the good people of Saskatoon University, I was honoured to serve 2 terms in the Saskatchewan Assembly. I was lucky enough that my colleagues elected me the 25th Speaker of our Assembly. I know what it's like to work with consensus, with government, with opposition, with the NDP, to find ways forward. I believe we can do that in this Parliament. And it's with this experience of reference that I enter the 43rd Parliament. I've seen firsthand how an effective opposition can challenge a government for the betterment of all. I've sat in government, I sat in the Speaker's chair, and now I sit in opposition. I bring a unique viewpoint how our democracy works or doesn't work. It is not a zero-sum game that some would have you believe. My experience is that when governments grant time and availability to the opposition, ultimately it's democracy, it's the governing party, and it's the people themselves that benefit. To the Liberal members that are here today, when governments fight against transparency and scrutiny, it's their public support that hurts. We've seen this in recent polling, that this government is failing our country. I challenge the Liberals not to fight for less debate. I believe now more than ever, debate is needed in Canada. Too many important issues are at risk and are at stake. If this government truly values transparency, it will champion motions such as this one. I'm fearful that this Liberal government will desire to stay in the shadows and hide from debate. Some Liberals will want other opposition parties to join them, but I believe that in the human spirit and the desire to fulfill our honourable work as members of Parliament and overcome this darkness. Our Westminster-based democracy only works best when this chamber we witness vigorous debate. This chamber has been set up for that reason. Government to the right of the Speaker proposing an agenda. Opposition parties across the aisle opposing and vigorously debating what's at stake. And that is how Westminster democracies properly work. With the independent media watching over top. This configuration has been our tradition for over 150 years in this country. I believe everyone in this chamber is honourable and do want a better nation. We need more debate on the big issues that we face today. It's through these debates and honest dialogue we will get the best solutions for Canadians. I'll propose that Liquefied natural gas exported from Canada will lower the use of coal and greenhouse gases around the world and provide jobs and wealth to Canada. Change my view. I ask fellow parliamentarians, change my view if you disagree with that statement. And that is the debates that we need to have. This is the forum to have that debate. We should be encouraging more debate, not less. I might be new here, but I still believe my arguments can change the direction of the country. But I've been here long enough to know that others can change my opinions. It's how democracy should work. It's how we should get the best decisions for all of Canada. If this Liberal government is so sure that they are correct, then providing more opportunity to debate their policy should be welcomed. I believe on October 21 of last year that the Liberals were punished and lost their majority because, in part, they could not defend their agenda. This motion today would grant them this forum to defend their agenda. If the Liberals believe in their agenda, believe in democracy, believe in this country, I hope they'll be voting in favor of this motion. To the other non-government members of this House, why were we sent here? I believe we have the honor to sit in this chamber because the majority of people in our home ridings wanted a new and different direction for our country, a different direction than what the Liberals were proposing. We won the right to be called members of Parliament because people wanted their voice in Ottawa, a voice different than the Liberals. Today, we have the opportunity to let that voice be heard. Granting more debate will result in more real democracy. Another important part of the Westminster democracy that needs attention and could benefit from more debate is the press. I find it shocking that on most question periods we have a handful of press members watching proceedings. And I know others watch electronically, but I think that's a sad state when you compare our press that we had 10, 20 years ago. And I believe that decline is something is seriously jeopardizing our democracy and needs to be addressed if we're going to be a successful country. If we have a strong democracy, if we have a strong independent press, I, along with many in Canada, are concerned with the direction of media in our nation. We should be welcoming new media platforms, new stories, new sources, and new reporting of our debates. If this motion to increase debate in this House Commons is successful, I believe it can encourage more media coverage, more attention, and itself help save independent press. The alternative is more taxpayers' dollars subsidizing the slowing of the decline of media in Canada. We can change that. If we are successful, more debates will happen, democracy will be enhanced, and Canada can be saved. Opposition days for other parties will welcome new and different motions to be debated. Who would not want to hear different views and beliefs from different ridings across Canada? Liberals believe only their views are to be heard and thought. I can't say I'll be voting in favor of other non-member parties' motions in future days, but I do welcome that debate. We as parliamentarians have that honor to be that voice in that debate. If the solutions to our problems our country is facing are to be found, this motion needs to be passed. All of us will be returning to our ridings next week. Many of us will be hearing directly from Canadians. We're going to be hopefully hearing about solutions. We're going to be hearing what real people are facing. And hopefully we're going to be exchanging ideas on what we could do better in our great country. But we need to have that ability to bring those new ideas forward. And that's what this motion will allow, for more opposition days, more debate, and more ideas to be shared. It's what well-functioning democracies should be like. Motions such as this highlights how a minority parliament can and shall work. To my opposition members, we have shown Canadians how we can work. Let's continue this work. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member across the way. And one of the recurring themes in the honourable member's speech was encouraging debate in this place. But, Madam Speaker, a week ago today, the members of the House were debating C3. I participated in the debate myself on the Thursday, a debate that was going to make significant changes and improvements to Canada's border agency. Then, as we recall, the Conservative member moved a motion to shut down the House for the day at 12:30 in the afternoon, Madam Speaker. We had a lot more to debate, and yet the Conservatives wanted to shut down the House for the day so they could go home or to go to Niagara. They failed to get the votes they needed, and MPs from the other parties wanted to continue the bill debate, but it didn't matter. They tied up the House over and over with votes that took attention away from debating this important legislation. It's part of a pattern, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives have done this many times before to try to delay the passage of legislation in this place and to get in the way of debate in this place. So I'd ask the member opposite, why does his party continually play political tactics to prevent MPs in this House from doing their jobs to debate important legislation?
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the member for the question. It's not the opposition's role to pass government's agenda. It's up to the government to manage the passage of the government agenda. And as per the last Friday, I believe the honourable member was incorrect. It was on Friday, not Thursday, that this occurred. And on that day, once again, it is up to the government to ensure that they properly proceed to get their agenda across. And I was lucky to be in the Assembly on that Friday and ready to sit until the end.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much. Microphone, please. Microphone, please. There can be calm and positive, balanced conversations in this House. Does my colleague think that, what does my colleague think about what can happen in the future?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The translation was a little bit not working for the first part of your question, but I believe it was about civility and respect of fellow members. And I would concur that this place works best when we respect each other as honourable colleagues. There is a part, though, of our Westminster democracy where we need to highlight the inaccuracy of other members. Sometimes that takes the form of heckling or of excessive motion, and that is to draw attention to maybe a partial or incomplete answer in question period, and that has the important role of also drawing attention from the media to that minister's response, so that if there is a scrum to happen afterwards, and the minister would be held account to the questions that was asked in here. So there is, I do respect all members in here, and we should respect as much as possible, but do understand that our traditions are in here, there's going to be some give and take.
Certainly hope the member's not saying that heckling should be allowed in the House. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning, resuming questions and comments.
Speaker, I think the Liberals don't realize that they don't have a majority government, and this is a minority government, and it's an opportunity to enhance democracy further and to make this Parliament work better. Will the honourable, my honourable colleague agree that this government should support this motion because it's wiser under minority government?
Honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I won't challenge the Speaker, but I do believe that heckling should be allowed in this Assembly or this chamber as one of the key traditions of our of Westminster democracy. To the comment about the minority Liberal governments fighting against the importance of transparency and increased debate, I believe that they should be coming on board. And we'll see when the vote takes place. I understand probably next week that they might go back to their ridings and hear from Canadians how frustrated they are of how the state of affairs in our country. And they will come back here and say, you know what, we're going to need more debates. We need to exchange more ideas on how to get our economy back working for everybody. We got to figure out ways that we can get our goods to market, and I believe that those are the conversations that the Liberal members are going to have over the break here. And when we come back, I guess in 2 Mondays from now, we'll have the opportunity to hopefully come together and vote for democracy, vote for clarity, vote for transparency that this motion would provide the people of Canada. Thank you.
Kamata, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Thank you. The member mentioned that he thought that the media wasn't present, but I don't think the media is going to be lost on the media the many weeks they spent hearing Conservatives and NDP saying that a change like this around the standing order shouldn't be made without all-party consensus. I've already given some quotes from both those parties, but I'll just give one more short one. On March 27th, 2017, at near 6 p.m. by the member for Calgary Shepherd from the Conservatives. I think they need more time, but we shouldn't change them without unanimous agreement. I know this was before the members' time in Parliament, but hopefully some members will stick to their principles and vote against this motion.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, sorry, Madam Speaker. I'm not used to having a female speaker. It's we're very lucky federally to have female speakers. I think having more females in roles such as that is encouraging. It encourages better decisions. It encourages better debate. And the civility that we are lucky enough to have in this chamber is probably a lot to do with the good work that you bring forward. So to the members' comments about the 42nd Parliament, I haven't reviewed all of my proc Hansard. I'll go back and start reading them for the next couple of years over the week, and I'll do an endeavor to come back and report what I have read over the week. Thank you.
Good job. Comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Given the member was a Speaker of the Saskatchewan Legislature, I'm sure he can appreciate, Madam Speaker, more than most quite possibly, how important it is when you talk about standing orders and you make a major change in a standing order or you change a rule substantially. And one of my colleagues raises the issue that usually opposition members, you could virtually cite every member. I can recall so many incidents in the House where the Conservative Party are jumping out of their seats when we try to make changes to the standing orders. And the argument then is that you're going to make substantial changes, you should have a consensus from all the parties. Given his role as a Speaker before, would he not agree that having a consensus on a rule change of this nature should be something achievable, and if it's not achievable, then maybe it's not a good rule change, or there needs to be a compromise of some sorts.
Our member for Saskatoon University.
Yes, and thank the member for the question. I'm new here, and I'm not sure how many terms you have served, sir, but through the
member who's been in the legislature and should know that he's to address the questions and comments to the chair.
Change the standing orders at all. So this member that has been here for many terms does not realize that it does not change the standing order whatsoever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly appreciate this member's contribution to this House as well as to his Legislative Assembly. Madam Speaker, very quickly, in British Columbia, we have a forestry crisis. We also have deep-seated issues with money laundering. There are many things that I would like to see us debate that are not getting any attention from this government. Madam Speaker, I'm sure that there's other examples this member could give right now. Could he please share some of those examples?
Honourable member for Saskatoon University, a brief answer, please.
Brief answer then. What went wrong with the Rough Riders last year would be one of the debate questions I would like to put forward in the future. It was a terrible second half, and I believe the Rough Riders should have been playing better in the Western semifinal. Thank you, Mr.
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Thank you. It's a very short point of order, but an important one, I think. The member made a comment on heckling, which is a comment on a point of order. And I'd just like to ask the Speaker, it's a very important thing these days, if the Speaker could get back at a later time, not to shorten this, but at a later time get back to their position on that suggested change to a point of order.
Yeah, I would consider that more of a debate than the point of order, and I think that all members know fully well that it is very difficult to hear members when there is heckling, and it's a form of disrespect, and I would hope that members will respect other members when they're speaking, whether it's through debates or questions and comments or question period. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council and to the official leader in the House of Commons.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to say, generally speaking, whenever I get the opportunity to be able to share some thoughts with members of the Chamber, I'm actually quite delighted to do so. I am very disappointed in the Conservatives and their approach to what it is that they wanted to be able to debate today. And, there's all sorts of misrepresentations, false impressions that I believe that they're trying to give to Canadians. Let's bring it back to the last federal election. The last federal election was very clear. Canadians from coast to coast to coast wanted to see political parties work better together in order to deliver more for Canadians, Madam Speaker. That was the request of Canadians, and we've taken that very seriously. But it's not just the governing party that has a responsibility to listen to what Canadians said back in the last federal election. So does the official opposition. And I have not witnessed that reformed behavior coming from the Conservative Party. What I have seen is a Conservative Party do whatever it can to, whether it's a filibuster, to cause disruptions of the House of Commons, of the things that are taking place on the Chamber. And, they know what sort of spin to put on different issues to try to come across as if they're doing it for quote-unquote good reasons, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you, I've had many years of being a parliamentarian. And when I look in terms of the performance, and I've been involved in minority governments, both at the national level and at the provincial level. And I can tell you that at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, there is a responsibility, yes, for the government, and we take that responsibility serious, but so is there for, in particular, the official opposition. And I wish they would take that role serious, Madam Speaker. Let's take a flashback to last Friday. The Conservative opposition, one of the things that they always say we never provide enough of is debate on important legislation. And we have had very important legislation. Medical assistance in dying, the trade agreements between Canada and the United States and Mexico, the Canada Border Service Agency. We've had throne speech debate. There's all sorts of debates of real consequence that is happening to Canadians throughout our nation. And what we have seen is the Conservatives time and time again say, well, we want more time in order to debate that. We want to have more time on anything and everything to be able to be debated. Well, last Friday, we were actually debating the Canada Border Service Agency changes. A piece of legislation, from what I understand, every member in this House actually supports and is going to be voting in favor of. Every member, from what I understand, at least in following the debate. Last Friday, what did the Conservatives do? They actually adjourned debate for the day, saying to Canadians that we don't want to have a debate today. We want to shut it down. The Liberal caucus was here in numbers and wanted to be able to continue having debate on government bills.
But the Conservatives wanted to take the afternoon off. And then after they realized that not only was the Liberals prepared to work, but so were the Bloc and so were the NDP. So that's the reason why they lost that vote, Madam Speaker. What did they do next? Then they moved to adjourn debate. Not so that we can move on to debate another bill, but rather because they wanted to force another vote in order to prevent having to debate on a bill. On the one hand, you have the Conservatives saying, we want to debate government bills. On the other hand, you have them wanting to take the time off, Madam Speaker. The Conservative mentality is to say, let's be as disruptive as we can for the House of Commons, and then what we'll do is we're going to blame the government, we're going to blame the Liberals for not having enough time to debate on legislation. We're going to say that the Liberals can't pass legislation. You give me a class of grade sixers, Madam Speaker, in any community in Canada, and I could cause a government to prevent from being able to debate legislation to a final end. Anyone can do that. You don't have to be a genius in order to prevent government legislation from passing. Because unlike private members' bills, unless you're prepared to bring in time allocation, Madam Speaker, unless you are prepared to do that, you will not be able to get things done. Because the Conservatives, time and time again, they will persist, what I would suggest to you, is filibustering any government initiative. They don't want a government that's functional. They will do whatever it is in order to prevent things from happening inside the House of Commons. That is what I've witnessed as a minority government, and that's why I say shame on them, Madam Speaker. It's not a message that was just sent to the governing party. There is an expectation from the public that the official opposition has to behave in a responsible manner. Think about the motion that they've brought forward today. They say, well, we want to have more opposition days, Madam Speaker. We want to have 4 more opposition days. Well, Madam Speaker, if you looked up the word hypocrisy in a dictionary, you might find a lot of similarities to how that is defined and in the behavior or in the comments and the direction that is coming from the Conservative Party. Madam Speaker, you know, this is a substantial change or deviation from the rules. And they would have argued endlessly that you should never, ever do that. Remember the thumping of the desks, the endless privileges and points of orders. Not when I say endless, we're talking about hours and hours and hours, Madam Speaker. What about the filibuster from the critic of the finance, Madam Speaker, where he consumed virtually the entire budget debate? And they're proud of that. They did all of this, Madam Speaker. Why? Because the Liberal government attempted to make some changes to rules that were nowhere near as profound as what it is that they're trying to do for this session, Madam Speaker. Yet, now they say, well, look, what we'll do is we'll say, okay, Bloc, we'll give you one of those opposition days, and NDP will give you one of those opposition days, and why not? Give everyone an opposition day, and they'll all vote in favor of it. But how does that make our system any better? Why didn't you approach the government and say, you know, are there some things in which we can do to accommodate the government also? If they really genuinely believed, Madam Speaker, that they wanted to be able to see an additional number of opposition days, I'm open to that. I really and truly am. I spent most of my years as a parliamentarian in opposition. I see the value of that, but I also see the value of having debate on government legislation. You know, what they're saying is that opposition days are only good on Mondays, Tuesdays, and maybe Thursdays. That's what they're saying, Madam Speaker. Why? Because Wednesdays and Fridays are short days. So they're saying on the government agenda, that's when we have the short days for debate. And by the way, they're going to complain because they're not getting enough time to debate. Yep. Hypocrisy, Madam Speaker. It's truly amazing. You know, when you think of the standing orders and the important role that standing orders play for the chamber, I like to consider myself as a parliamentary first and foremost. It is disrespectful, the type of motion that has been brought forward and not one word of negotiation taking place with the government members. I have personal opinions in terms of how we can make this chamber more effective, more functional, so that Canadians would benefit, Madam Speaker. I've even made the offer that I would love to sit down with government members, opposition members, on all political parties to be able to talk about some of those rules. Well, Madam Speaker, I will continue that effort because I believe in that. But what we're witnessing today is wrong. And I hope that Canadians will see through what it is that the Conservatives are really trying to do here. It is not in the best interest of Canadians. And if there's a Conservative that has the bravado, that's prepared to go to a university and debate this issue with me, I would welcome that debate, Madam Speaker. And I have one member that says that he's prepared to do it. I look forward to it. Maybe we can do something in Ottawa or something in Winnipeg, ideally. But I would be open to possibly doing some in another location, Madam Speaker, anywhere. Carleton, let's see if we can make that happen. Madam Speaker, the point is, I look forward to that debate. I really do. Because I believe in Parliament, I believe in the standing orders, and I believe what the opposition is doing today is childish and inappropriate and of great disservice to Canadians. And if you are a parliamentarian and you believe in the importance of our rules, listen and read some of the statements from the Conservative Party 2 or 3 years ago. Reflect on your behavior 2 or 3 years ago. Take a look what took place in the Procedures and House of Commons Committee, Madam Speaker. There's many examples that I could cite to show and demonstrate the amount of hypocrisy that we are seeing from the other side, Madam Speaker. I would like, ultimately, to be able to look at this motion, and I hope the motion is defeated. I really do. And if it is defeated, Madam Speaker, I am open to looking at ways in which we can actually improve the functionality of this chamber. Because I believe in this chamber. I think that each and every one of us are blessed in many ways by having a seat in the side here, and I am very grateful for the residents of Winnipeg North and entrusting me to be their representative. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I will continue as much as I possibly can to ensure that this chamber is as effective as it is in meeting the needs of Canadians in all regions of our country, and that allows for debates in private members' business and opposition day motions and government bills and everything else that comes to the floor of the House of Commons. And I am prepared, as the Prime Minister has clearly indicated. Listen to what Canadians want, and what Canadians want is they want opposition parties and government to be working together on the important issues that are facing our country today. And that is something in which we will stand up on this side of the House day in and day out, Madam Speaker. When I think in terms of the issue of why it is that they brought this motion today, I've heard members say, well, it's because of a punishment issue. Because they thought that, Madam Speaker, that we were absolutely fixated that today had to be an opposition day. Again, that's just not true. I stood right here in my place yesterday and made the suggestion that we actually have today and to debate the Canada-United States-Mexico trade agreement. I actually asked this House to have support to do that, Madam Speaker. And the opposition chose not to have that debate today. And now they're criticizing us because we're having this debate, Madam Speaker, or we're having Friday as an opposition day? Again, there's a word that comes to mind, Madam Speaker. I think that they need to reflect on their behavior. understand what it is and the important role that all of us have actually been asked to take place on. Let's look in terms of the rules. And when we talk about private members' business and we talk about government business, you know, there was a time in which time allocation was not used all that often. And a number of years ago, time allocation started to become an effective tool at House management. And I sat in opposition, and I didn't like the use of time allocation. And I made reference when I was in opposition that unfortunately, if there's not a sense of cooperation in the passing of government bills, you need to use time allocation. And for those that are following the debate, the reason why is because it's virtually unlimited. You could spend on one bill a full year of the Chamber's debate on one bill inside the House of Commons. The Conservatives could actually force the government to bring in time allocation if it chooses to put up speakers endlessly on pieces of legislation. And they know that, Madam Speaker. So what we have seen in recent years is even if the Conservatives support a piece of legislation, they will continue to put up speakers, challenging and baiting the government to bring in time allocation. And you know, there's actually been situations where the NDP have supported the government in bringing in time allocation because they recognize some of the pieces of legislation that they wanted to see passed. The only way it was going to be passed was with time allocation. And do you think that the Conservatives are thinking about Canadians back then? No. Do you think that they're thinking about Canadians today with this particular motion? I don't believe it for a moment, Madam Speaker. And I look forward to that debate with the member opposite that made the offer to have that debate. They want to talk about, Madam Speaker, they want to talk about, private members. You know, the nice thing about private members is members from all political parties get to bring forward legislation. And sometimes it's very substantial legislation. Other times it's still important and it's good legislation, but it passes through quite easily. Often there are many members that want to speak on a private member's bill, but they can't speak. And the reason why they can't, Madam Speaker, is because it's a very well-defined amount of time. So if you bring in a private member's bill, there's 2 hours of debate in second reading. Then it goes to committee. And then it has a maximum amount of time that it's allowed to be in committee. And then it comes back for report stage and third reading combined of 2 hours. So that means a very small fraction of numbers of MPs that can actually contribute to the debate. But it's one of the ways in which private members' business is allowed to be able to get through. I believe that what we need to start looking at is how can we ensure that not only can private members' business get through the House, but how can we also make sure that government bills get through the House? And one of the reasons why I'm an advocate of looking for those type of reforms, because I believe that there are many issues that we could be debating. If we could figure that out, maybe we could have more opposition days. But we need to be able to realize that legislation is important, whether it's private members or government, and we need to come up with a way. And my challenge to the opposition bloc and NDP and the Greens and even my Conservative friends is to work with the government. Let's work on behalf of Canadians and come up with ways in which we can ensure that legislation, whether it's private members' business or government bills, are in fact have a way to proceed through the chamber. I believe, and I have ideas and thoughts in which I'm happy to share when I have more time to be able to speak, Madam Speaker. But I can tell you that at the end of the day, if we can come up with the answer to that in a productive way, then it allows us to have additional debates on some of the issues that members want to talk about. The coronavirus. I think that is a critically important issue for Canadians. There's a legitimate amount of concern that needs to be addressed, and that whether it's the Prime Minister, the Minister of Health, and so forth, we are doing as much as we can. But maybe we could have more debate if we can nail down the rule changes that are necessary. And if we can't, well, there are still ways. You know, we have had, in the last, week and a half, 2 weeks, we've had 2 emergency debates inside the House of Commons. And those were brought forward by opposition members, Madam Speaker. There are many ways in which we can deal with the important issues that Canadians are having to face and expect the national government to provide leadership. I would appeal to all members of this House to look at ways in which we can change our standing orders, work together at trying to come up with ways in which we can improve this chamber. That's what's in the best interest of Canadians, Madam Speaker. And that is the reason why my recommendation is that we vote against this motion, and my commitment is to work with all members of this House to ensure that we have a more functional House so that all Canadians will benefit by rule changes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member talked about having a debate off campus about important issues in parliamentary procedure, and he also talked about the importance of being willing to work on Friday afternoons. Now, I took him up on the challenge of wanting to have a debate. I would love to debate the honourable member on parliamentary procedure in Ottawa at my alma mater, Carleton University, and in Winnipeg. I suggest we do the Winnipeg debate closer to the summer, with all due respect, but we can do the one at Carleton right away. So my staff have already called the members' staff. Unfortunately, nobody was answering the phone on a Friday afternoon, but we will continue to make those calls, and hopefully we'll be able to get through and schedule that. I want to just ask the member, he made a choice of denying unanimous consent in the House when a proposal was put forward by our party to debate C4 today. And that would have been a show of good faith and allowed us to move forward more quickly. Conservatives at no point rejected moving forward with that. That's what we wanted to be debating today. The government chose to stall the ratification of the new NAFTA instead because they wanted to give this narrow time slot to the opposition day. Why is the government stalling NAFTA? Hear, hear, good.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
First, Madam Speaker, I would ask my friend to call my constituency office 204-984-1767. You know, I have between 400 to 600 case files a month, and as a result, my staffing is in my constituency, and that's where I put my financial resources to serve the constituents of Winnipeg North. So I don't have staff in Ottawa. If he has some extra money in his, I'd be happy to use some of that money and have some staff here. Madam Speaker, but in regards to the motion that the member made reference to, what I can tell him is I stood in this very spot yesterday, and I asked for the House to support us to be able to debate the free trade agreement today for Canada, Mexico, and the United States, and unfortunately, members of the opposition said no.
Questions and comments? Honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Honourable member for Saint-Jean. Our colleague from Winnipeg North has said with great conviction that choosing Friday as an opposition day was not a punishment for the Conservatives. But on this side of the House, we've never heard a reason. Why did they choose a Friday? That's not the usual practice. So I'd like to ask him, if it's not a punishment, what is it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, there are 5 days, as the member knows, in a week here in the House of Commons. And if you take a look traditionally, you will see that there are days in which the House will have opposition days on Wednesdays, on Fridays. There's a great deal of legislation on it. If the member was right, why then would I have stood up yesterday and asked for us to actually debate the trade agreement between Canada, United States, and Mexico? That's really what we wanted to be debating today. So how can you equate that, me standing up, when they believe, or some in the opposition, and maybe someone in the opposition is giving misinformation, Madam Speaker, if it was about punishment, why would I have stood up yesterday asking for debate on trade?
The questions and comments. I remember New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I am very happy to take up the challenge as well, having a real debate on how Parliament could function, and I know my colleagues from other parties want to engage in that as well, so I look forward to hearing from the member from Winnipeg North in this regard. Member from Winnipeg North is very eloquent, but in this case, he is actually using his eloquence to convince people to vote for the opposition motion, because by belittling members of the opposition and by insulting them, what he is doing is showing that this government has not yet understood that it is a minority government and it needs to be respectful of all members of Parliament. And when we look at all the issues that opposition days have raised in the past that have led to changes in government policy, it's obvious that this will be a benefit. Having this motion adopted will mean more issues get discussed on the floor of the House of Commons. Now, the history of this government, sadly, in the last Parliament was not good when it came to respecting Parliament. And I remember the days of motion number 6, which basically was brought forward by the Liberals and sought in the most draconian way, going even further than even Mr. Harper would have imagined, to shut down opposition MPs and their rights and privileges in the House of Commons. Does the member now regret the Liberal government moving forward with motion number 6 and seeking to eliminate the rights of opposition MPs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I take a look in terms of, and I reflected a great deal about the last election, recognizing the fact that all of us have an important role, whether you're in government or in opposition, to be responsible and accountable for the behaviours inside the House of Commons. This is something in which the Prime Minister has been very clear on. Canadians from coast to coast to coast want us to cooperate. And if there's a high sense of cooperation that takes place on the floor of the House of Commons, we can accomplish a great deal for all Canadians. We have demonstrated that on several examples that I can refer to, whether it's working with the Bloc on the throne speech, whether it's working on the trade agreement where we appear to be having the support of all members, whether it's the Canada border control, Madam Speaker. There's many examples of that, and we are committed to continue doing that. I even indicated that if this motion is defeated, I am happy personally to work on how it is we can change the rules so that Canadians will have a more functional House of Commons.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks and also thank his incredible staff who are, I'm sure, doing wonderful work for the citizens of Winnipeg North this Friday afternoon. The question that I have is the honourable member is a veteran both of this House as well as the provincial legislature in Manitoba. Given the experience that he's had, Madam Speaker, can the member elaborate on the lessons he's learned about how obviously the government has a role in advancing our agenda, but also the constructive role that the opposition needs to play in ensuring that we can advance with important issues that Canadians want us to advance on?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I learned very quickly when I was first elected back in 1988, because it was a minority government and I was a part of the House leadership team even back then. And Reg Alcock, who might be known to some individuals, became a member of Parliament. He was the House leader. And one of the things that we had taken very seriously because of a minority situation is that we had to be responsible in recognizing that the government is the government and where we can support legislation going through the process. Even if we oppose the legislation, Madam Speaker, it was important to allow it to go through the process. For example, here in Ottawa, after you go through second reading, you go into standing committee. Standing committee allows Canadians from across the country to be able to participate in what it is that we're putting together. You don't have to put up a speaker on every piece of legislation. If you do that, we will not be able to pass 2 or 3 pieces of legislation maximum in 1 year. It takes nothing to prevent legislation from passing. It takes, I believe, a responsible House to ensure that both private members' business and government business is properly dealt with for the benefits of all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you. I think still the Liberal members in the government don't realize that they are not a majority government, and therefore I feel the pain that they're going through now, not to understand that they are a minority government. No, I don't, by the way. There is a term called sow the wind and reap the whirlwind. This is what this motion is all about today. I hope the member realizes that, and I hope he can understand that.
Parliamentary Secretary, sorry.
Yes. Madam Speaker, virtually from day one, we've recognized what it is that Canadians' expectations are of this government. And, you know, it wasn't that long going into the session where we actually lost a vote, where opposition parties came together. And I suspect that we will continue at times to lose votes, Madam Speaker. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's a part of what's taken place as a direct result of the last federal election. But my challenge to members is to recognize that it's not only the government that was provided that message. All of us were told there is an expectation that we work together to the betterment of Canadians, and that is what I'm committed to doing. That's what the Prime Minister is likewise.
Une brève question.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard the member say a number of things. I heard the word restriction. You know, he said that the government would be restricted in terms of time allocation. So my question is, what is his definition of doing politics differently? Because the motion before us today would change the way of doing things. And why not do that? Cooperation works both ways.
Secretary.
Briefly, Madam Speaker, differently would mean, for example, as opposed to debating this motion today without even attempting to talk to anyone in government, let's sit down with the government members. I'm making myself available. We can take a look in terms of how we can make rule changes in which all Canadians would benefit by in terms of being able to deal with the important issues that Canadians face day in and day out.
Bravo. Resuming debate. Before I do recognize the next member, I will have to advise him that I will unfortunately have to interrupt him at some point. So resuming debate, the Honourable Member for West Nova.
Thank you very much. And knowing that my time is short, I'll try to get right into it. Of course, let's bring it home. Why are we here today talking about this particular motion? Let's read the petition or the motion one more time. That notwithstanding Standing Order 81 for the supply period ending March 26, 2020, three additional allotted days shall be added for a total of 10. Provided that one of the additional days is allotted to the Conservative Party, one additional day allotted to the Bloc Québécois, and one additional day is allotted to the New Democratic Party, and if necessary, to accommodate these additional days, the supply period may be extended to April 2nd, 2020, and no allotted days shall fall on a Wednesday or a Friday. So there's the motion that we're debating today, one that I think is clear that we as an opposition feel that our voices have not been heard and shall be heard more clearly due to the dates that we're putting forward. You know, Madam Speaker, they're questioning, and I saw what the member for Winnipeg North was saying, the other Liberal MPs that have talked about it. They don't know why we're doing this. How dare they bring up such a procedural issue in the House of Assembly, or get caught in the House of Assembly or this House of Commons. But, Madam Speaker, it really rolls down to that they don't understand it because they still have that tinge of arrogance that they had prior to the last election. That they still feel that they're completely in charge and that the opposition is just a bother. That we don't want to have to deal with them. That they talk about on the side of their mouths, they sort of say, we want to collaborate with you, we want to work together because that's the message that we heard from Canadians. That's not real. That's not real at all. They want to collaborate when it's good for their agenda, when it's the things that they want to do, and they're expecting us to go, yeah, okay, sure, that's what we'll do. We're collaborating. That's what we were told. That's not right at all. That's not what this is about. This is about true collaboration on the floor of this Parliament. You know, arrogance is one word that we can use, but quite honestly, it's just a misunderstanding, one that this government, that these members of the government haven't quite got the message yet. It's a tough one to learn. It is a very tough lesson to learn, and one I hope today that with this motion going forward that they do understand that we have needs for our communities as well. We have constituents that have issues that need to be brought forward in this Parliament. And we need the opportunities to actually do it, and to know that they're actually listening, and to know that
that our issues will be moved upon. You know, I spent 16 years in the Nova Scotia legislature, many of those years as the House Leader for the official opposition, and I can tell you there's nothing harder to deal with than a Liberal government. Even provincially, believe that, even provincially, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's hard to believe. I mean, it's like deja vu from one house to this house, and I'm seeing the same kind of discord happen. You know, I'm new. I expected things to work a little differently here, but guess what? Same problems. Same problems. And they think it's all us. They think it's us. Because they sit there and say, oh my goodness, those Conservatives, they're against everything that we do. Oh my God, how dare they oppose this? How dare they? But they don't understand that when we don't get the answers that we want, when they produce written answers to our questions that are actually incorrect, that they, we sit here through the Prime Minister's opposition day. My, what a benefit that was for all of us. Aren't those wonderful answers that we're getting from the Right Honourable Prime Minister? Today, on Wednesday, when I asked him the question about trifecta, I've never been more embarrassed for a family to hear that kind of answer. And yet, here I heard the member for Winnipeg North say, you know, well, we gave you guys the opposition day, we gave you the Prime Minister's question period, where he answers all of the questions. Well, my goodness, if he actually answered a question, we might be happy with it. But instead, platitudes, we get non-answers, and we get blamed. That's the other part that I find truly disheartening on the floor of this House of Commons, is that they blame everyone but themselves. Everyone. 5 years they've been government. 5 long, hard, dark years, Madam Speaker, that this country continues to go behind. It continues to fail because of the inaction of this government. Look at the blockades. Look at just pick a topic of today where Canadians are unhappy with the way that this government is putting things forward, that they're trying to manage an economy that they don't understand, issues that they don't want to understand, and that they will continue to blame everyone else. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I see my time has come to an end.
So the honourable member will have 14 minutes left. I forgot that this is an opposition day motion, and therefore there is he won't have the 14 minutes left.
Thank God. It being 2:15 p.m., it is my duty to interrupt proceedings and to dispose of any question necessary to dispose with the business of supply.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that notwithstanding Standing Order 81, for the supply period ending March 26, 2020, 3 additional allotted days shall be added for a total of 10, provided that one of the additional days is allotted to the Conservative Party, one of the additional days is allotted to the Bloc Québécois, and one of the additional days is allotted to the New Democratic Party. And, if necessary, to accommodate these additional days, the supply period may be extended to April 2nd, 2020, and no allotted days shall fall on a Wednesday or a Friday.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. No. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion, please say yay.
Que tous ceux...
All those opposed to the motion, will please say nay.
Alors, à mon avis,
in my opinion, the nays have it.
Alors, je déclare la motion. Non, excuse. Conformément.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Monday, March 9th, 2020, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie has a point of order. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed. I think you will find unanimous consent in this House to adopt the following motion. that the House condemn the sticker that appeared in the media today, encouraging a violent sexual assault on a young environmental activist and all other racist and intolerant image that image might lead us to. Does the member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion?
Oui.
Yes, adopted.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you might find unanimous consent to call it 2:30 at this time.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 2:30? Agreed? Oh, yeah. Agreed, and so be ordered. It's 2:30, and it's have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Have a good week in the constituency. It being 2:30, the House stands adjourned until Monday, March 9th, 2020 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.